Everybody.
Yeah, good evening.
Sorry, I'm on the sick bed right now, so I won't be able to do the video. But I am Adekemi. I'm joining from Ibadan in Nigeria. I'm a fashion designer and my brand name is Zuri Adekocho. So glad to be here.
All right, Adekemi, we are so sorry to hear that you are on the sick bed, but it's exciting to know that you could still join us. Okay, so and we pray that you get well. Okay, immediately after this conference. All right. Okay, so thank you very much for being part of this. Thank you very much for being part of this conference. Thank you very much, Adekemi. All right, so who else is ready? Who else is ready? Okay, so please, while we wait on others, please, if you are here, please, what you could do for us is just put out a notice out there on your WhatsApp status, on Facebook, and let people know that we've started the Young Women Conference, that we are live for the Young Women Conference 2023. We are live for the Young Women Conference 2023. The conference is streaming live on YouTube. So if anyone is not able to join us in the Zoom meeting room, because there is a limit of persons that could be contained in the Zoom meeting room. If anybody is unable to join us, okay, so let a person do well to join us on YouTube. The link to join us on YouTube has already been sent earlier, okay. If you're in the WhatsApp group for registered participants, the meeting link, the YouTube link has already been shared. And if you registered for this conference, the YouTube link has also been shared to your email. It has been shared to your email. So please do well to let your friends, let everyone connected to you, every young woman in Africa that needs to be part of this conference, let them know that we have started. All right, so it's the Young Women Conference, and this conference is designed to help you uncover your potentials, and not just uncover your potentials, to learn how you get to maximize your potentials, because we want to see more women, we want to see more young women being at the forefront in creating change in the continent of Africa. We want to see more women at the forefront promoting and being the change in the society. We want to see more women at the forefront. So that is why we are excited to have to welcome you all here. And I believe that everyone on this call, we are all change makers. That's what I believe. We are all change makers. All right. So I would like to know if there is any other person that would like to introduce herself or himself. Any other person that would like to introduce himself or herself. AD Odo. AD Odo, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Good evening. Good evening, everybody.
All right. All right. So introduce yourself to us, and then can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me too?
Yes, I can hear you. So quickly, just introduce yourself to us and let's know where you are joining us from.
Okay, my name is Ejiji Ongudo, and I am joining from the city of Calabar. I'm a student here and also a freelancer, and I am super excited to be here.
All right. So AG, it's nice to have you here, AG. It's nice to have you here. All right. So Funke, can you hear me? We would like to hear from you, Funke. Chisom Ikweze, we would like to hear from you too. Chisom Ikweze, Lina Amwalua. Okay, so I hope I got that correctly. We would also like to hear from you. We'd like to know who you are and where you are joining us from. So please, everyone, if you can, just let us know. Okay, so while we wait on others, while we wait on others to while we wait on others to while we wait on others to join in, while we wait on others to join in, and while we wait on others to introduce themselves. Okay, so I would like to know how many persons were in the conference last year, 2022. How many persons participated in the Young Women Conference 2022? How many persons participated in the Young Women Conference 2022? If you participated in the Young Women Conference 2022, please indicate. We'd like to hear from you. What was the experience like for you during the Young Women Conference 2022? What was the experience like for you? Okay. Do we have anybody here who participated in the Young Women Conference 2022? The Young Women Conference 2022, the team was above the line, and it was an amazing conference. It was an amazing conference. I participated in the conference, and I was directly impacted greatly because within the conference we learned so many things that helped us to understand how we can go above the line that has been set in the society, that have been set in the society. All right, so do we have anybody here that participated in the Young Women Conference last year, 2022? Anyone here that participated in the Young Women Conference 2022? Chidema Izenwa, you are here. You are in the Young Women Conference 2022, right? Please, we'd like to hear from you. We would like to hear from you your experience at the Young Women Conference 2022. Quickly, please. Okay, so it appears Chidema is not available. Okay, so it appears Chidema is not available. Who else is available? All right, Chisom Ikweze, you can speak now. Chisom Ikweze, you can speak now.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I'm Chisom Ikweze. Can you hear me?
Yes,
we can hear you.
Hello? Okay, I'm Chisom Ikweze. I'm joining from Nsukka. I'm a student of the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, Nigeria.
All right, so it's nice to have you joining us here at Chisom Ikweze.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have Lena. Lena said she is joining us from Namibia and that she is glad to be here today. And this is her first time of participating in the Young Women Conference, and she looks forward to a powerful session. All right, so speaking of session, we are about to move on to the main session of this Young Women Conference. We're about to move on now to the first session of the Young Women Conference. We already have our speaker in the green room, and she's ready to deliver to us what she has prepared for us. So I want every one of us to be prepared. Okay, be prepared. Pay rapt attention to what's going on. All right. So have your writing material beside you. Because from this moment onwards, it's going to be a journey from this moment onwards. Okay, it's going to be a journey from this moment onwards. All right. So pay attention to every other speakers that will be speaking on this platform. We have carefully selected each and every of the speakers that we have today. We have carefully selected them and they are speakers who believe have what it takes. Okay, they are speakers who believe have what it takes to deliver to us all. All right, so please pay rapt attention, and as we get set to move on to the first session of today, we have a speaker already in the room. Like I stated, we have a speaker already in the room, and our speaker is Mrs. Priscilla Canis Obi. So Mrs. Priscilla Canis Obi is an entrepreneur, a personal development speaker, a trainer, an author, and a virtue enthusiast. She is a wife and a mother of 2 children. Priscilla Canis Obi is the founder and CEO of Nature First. Nature First is a nutrition and wellness brand that sources, processes, packages natural spices, supplements, essential oils, and plant-based foods. The company currently has 35 distributors of her company's products in Nigeria and has sold her products beyond the shores of Nigeria in countries such as the United Kingdom, the United States of America, Australia, and Cameroon. Okay, and permit me to also add that Priscilla is a mother of amazing children. So I believe that she being part here today, she is our keynote speaker. So I believe that she being here today will be a huge impact to each and every one of us on this conference. Okay, so without any further ado, please join me as I welcome the amazing Mrs. Priscilla Canis Obi. Thank you very much, Ma, for joining us. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you very much for joining us. Why you?
Oh, great. Sorry, my mic was still muted. Good evening, everyone.
Yes, good evening to you, Ma. It's nice to have you here today. Thank you for joining us. We really appreciate you making our time to be part of this conference as our keynote speaker. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ma.
Thank you for having me. Hello, everyone. I remember Julia from the introduction, the students in Unilag. I'm not so good with names. I wish I could memorize all the names I heard this evening. Thank you for being here today. I'm excited, as you can see. I'm most delighted to be here. I hope my audio is good. And please let me have that feedback if everyone can hear me loud and clear, and so that we get started right away. Drop in the comment section. Okay. All the participants, can you hear me loud and clear? Oh, fantastic. Eddie Udo says yes, ma'am. Fantastic. Keep it coming.
Yes,
keep it coming. Yeah, this is an active class. You know how we do it. So I want everyone, don't just sit down and be frying stew and be watching. No, you're going to be responding. Chisom says, I can hear you. Chisom says, I can hear you. Fantastic. All right. So I want to say a very big thank you to my host, Mr. Mbono. Thank you so much for the trust. Thank you for trusting me with your audience. One remarkable thing about you I have discovered is your consistency in ensuring that talents are developed, in ensuring that young people have all the support and the improvements. You yourself, and just like myself, you are a young person, but I see how committed you are to this cause. Mr. Mbono, I see how committed you are to this cause of improving the lives, improving the skills of young people. across various parts of Africa, and I must commend the work that you do. Thank you so much. The introduction has been done already, so I will just dive into today's assignment. My assignment here is simple, and I'm going to charge you to pay rapt attention so that you can pick a thing or two that you can run with. As we know, this is the month of March already. I remember when Mr. Mbonu reached out to me to speak at the conference. I think it was either late last year or early January. And it was like something that was going to take months to come. But here we are today. You can see that the year is already fast running. And if you have those dreams in your heart that you've been nursing or you've been planning to see how they are going to go, this is the very best time to kickstart them. This is the very best time to push them. This is the very best time to get them going. So quickly, I'll be reading from, taking some points from my laptop here. And so in case you see me like peeping to the right, I'm not looking at anything else. I'm right here with us. So yes. The keynote address for Dare to Dream, the team Dare to Dream at the Young Women's Conference 2023. If you're a young woman, I beg your pardon. If you're a young woman in this room tonight, please say, I am young and youthful. I am young and youthful. I am young and youthful. Please type in the comment section. I want to see it coming. I am young. I am youthful. Fantastic, Julia. Thank you. I am young and I'm youthful. Some people are young, but good. Thank you, Eddie. I am young and I am youthful. Some people are young, but they are not youthful. Let me explain what I mean. Some people are young, but their mindset is outdated. Thank you, Eni Bukun Olua. Thank you so much. Some people are young, but their mindsets are outdated. Their habits, their lifestyle is archaic. And you begin to wonder. You hear, I'm 25, I'm 18, but then you wonder how they reason. They reason like people who are obsolete. So I believe I'm in a room of people who are young and youthful today. Youthful in mind, youthful in character, youthful in thinking, youthful in creativity, youthful in ideas, youthful in ideas. So the thing, Dare to Dream, is for every one of us. Is that for every one of us? I know some people in this room are either pioneers, maybe of businesses, of ideas, of NGOs, or you're just leading your life. You're just leading your life, which is a fantastic thing, which is a great thing to do. Leading your life, doing your business, going to school, building a career, whatever you are doing, it's something that is worth celebrating. So daring to dream, we're going to be looking at what does it mean to even dare to dream. Somebody might be listening to me this evening and say, I know people who have dreams. Me, I don't really know what my dream is. I don't know if there's anybody in that category tonight. Please give me responses in the comment section. You're wondering, you're saying, I don't even know what my dream is. Do I even have a dream? Or I'm so confused or unclear about what my dreams are. If you're in the comment section, if you're in the room tonight, please don't be shy. Feel free, speak to me in the comments. Let me know if you are here, or let me know if everyone that is here is perfecto. You are perfected. There's no need for anything. So let me know in the comment section, you are here and you're confused about what your dreams really are. Or are you actually working and living in your dreams? Or are you even in the right path to fulfilling your dreams? Please let me know that in the comment section. And then we'll take it from here. Now, I want you to know one thing tonight, that whatever your dreams are, whatever those aspirations in your heart are, oh, thank you, Julia. She says, I can relate. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for that feedback. I needed it because I'm here for you. And then I'm here for such people tonight. I'm not here for people who have it all figured out. I'm not here for people who know what they should do, at every point. I'm here for that person who has questions in her heart. I'm here for that person who is thinking, how do I make this happen? How do I go from point A to point B? How do I take this next step? I'm here for you tonight. So thank you for that feedback. Now, it's important to know that you have the power to create your own future. Yes, listen again and listen well. You have the power to create your own future. In this part of the world, we are so religious. Most times we even over spiritualize things we shouldn't be spiritualizing. Yeah, I have done that a number of times. I have likely felt victim of that. Things I should wake up and get up and get going and get doing. I would say, oh, as God helps me. Oh, may God help me. Oh, may this happen. Oh, may this happen. Ladies, life does not run on wishes and hopeful thinking. Life runs on action, and I'm going to be explaining more of that, sharing my story and my journey with you. It's not been all rosy, and it will never be rosy like without any hitches on the way. No, there'll be times of challenging on each of our journeys, on each of our paths. But I'm here to nudge you today in the path you should take and to tell you that it is possible. We all have the power to create our dreams. The life I am living now, the life you're living now, somehow is based on the decisions that you took or the indecisions that you took in the previous years. And then your future is also going to be based on the decisions and actions you are taking now and some of the actions you are being afraid to take now. It's going to, all of these things are going to come together to shape the future, to shape the future. We can't shy away from it. We can't hide it. We can't run away from it. These are realities that are going to be happening. So whatever you do today is going to impact on your tomorrow. Whatever decision you make today or do not make today. Now we grow up, well, let's talk. We're in Africa. We see some people retired at 60, no plan, no, it was like, I think 60-year-old just met them. Some of them are our parents. Some of them are our neighbors, some of them are uncles, and our aunties, family, friends. You see that these people had every opportunity. God gave them opportunity. They came in contact with resources. They came in contact with money. They came in contact with connections. But somehow they are old, and it's like their life, the value is being watered down because of some of the decisions they didn't take when they should have taken, because of things they were afraid to do, because of risks they were afraid to take. Are you with me? Are you with me? Is this session boring? Are you getting any value today? Are you getting any value? Are you getting any value already? I'm just introducing. We've not even started. Please let me know. Speak in the comment section and let me know. Now, you have the power. Thank you, Eddie Udo. Says we are with you. Thank you so much, Chibundo. Thank you. So you have the power. You and I have the power. And I will tell you, it starts with what you begin to think in your mind. The Bible says that as a man thinketh, so is he. As a man thinketh, what do you imagine about yourself? What do you imagine about yourself? Where I am today by the grace and mercy of God is I have imagined, I have role-played these things in my mind. I remember back then when I was in the university around 2009. Yeah, I was in my final year, my third year in 2009. And then I had this roommate. I was always fantasizing of sometimes I'll put some I'll just put a rubber band on my hand. I'll say, oh, in future I'll be married, I'll have children, or I will come from shopping. I'll say, oh, I'll call the gate man. Can you put this thing in the car? Can you do this? I'll call my driver. All of those role play, and all of those things. I'll say, I'll call my staff. Have you done this? Have you done that? I was role playing. They would laugh. It would entertain them. They'll be, they'll like, oh, you are so funny, Priscilla. Look, sometimes I will not put clothes in my tummy, and for maybe, when I'll be pregnant, I will say, oh, can you massage my leg? Can you, and all of those things. Now that's stopped. That's stopped. All of those things I dreamed about, I imagined, I thought about, they've happened today. And now I'm beginning to also dream. I know the number of staff we have. I desire to have more staff. Yes, I need to put food on the table of more people. I need to create more jobs. My company needs to create more employment for people. I know the next number of staffing I'm hoping for. I'm already beginning to dream it. I'm already beginning to see how I'll pay their salaries. My mind is already capturing it. What are you capturing in your mind? What are you capturing in your mind? Some of you are even scared to imagine. In the physical, you don't have it. Then in the imagination, in your mind, you can't even imagine it. You are afraid of imagining yourself in a private jet. Who told you it's out of your reach? Who lied to you? Who says you can't rise to that point? You have the power to create the future that you want. And listen, your future it shouldn't even look like your current reality. If it's looking like what you are seeing now, that means you are not dreaming enough. Please dream. Dream big. You want to own the biggest baking school in the country. And let's say right now you're even still using stoves and pots to bake. My sister, dream it. Imagine it. Close your eyes and fantasize. Imagine walking into a room, in your baking room, in your catering school, and you see lots of gas oven, electric oven. You see lots of chefs. You see some making meat pies. You see some making anniversary cake. Begin to imagine these things. You want to be a fashion entrepreneur, begin to imagine them. Begin to imagine your large fashion house. Begin to imagine your models on the runway. Begin to imagine these things. You have the power to create the future. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. By the time you begin to imagine it, you begin to have a vision for it. You'll be able to put it down. You begin to write the vision. And this is how clarity comes. What are you thinking with your mind? Or are you envisaging? Some people, all they do is to envisage problem, wahala, sickness, lack. I know some of us, especially in this part of the world, come from a place of lack, come from a place of, if you buy maybe perfume of 20,000, you'll be spraying like, that's the kind of limiting mindset. So all of these things, but then begin to imagine abundance. I tell you, the battle is won in your mind. The battle is won in your mind. Some people will say, they'll look at the packaging of our product. I remember one time I went to for an event in Lagos. We were opportune to meet with the consular of the consular general of the US. And when she held on to my product, she looked at the product and then she said, "Is this made in Nigeria?" And that was our black seed oil. She said, "Is this made in Nigeria?" The packaging. I said, "Yes." She said, "I mean, from start to finish, is this made here in Nigeria?" And I said, "Yes, it is." And she goes, "Wow. Like it looks like it is imported. It looks like it is foreign. The pack, the bottle, the sealing, everything." That is because my mind had already conceived it. I wanted people to be able to take some of these herbal things and let it not look fetish, let it look good, that people can keep in their offices, in their hotel room, and feel good about it. It was all in the mind. So what are you dreaming? What are you thinking? And let me also chip in at this point that the journey to achieve your dreams will never be easy. It'll be challenging. You'll be stretched. You have hours and hours of learning and unlearning and relearning, just like you are unlearning some things today and you are relearning new things today. This is part of the process. Some people are watching Netflix right now, chilling. I'm not saying it's bad. Of course, there's time for everything, but you're taking this time to invest in yourself. You're taking this time to learn. You're taking this time to build capacity. These are some of the sacrifices. You'll be paying for some trainings, you'll be buying some courses, you'll be attending some seminars, you'll be investing in a lot of things, in machineries for your products or for your services or for your businesses and all of that. But these are part of the process. It will never be easy. One thing I want you to remember tonight, if you don't remember anything, is to never give up on your dream. You see this dream, you will achieve it. You see this goal, you will pursue it. Never give up. Never give up. The obstacles will come. Obstacles will come. It will arise. It will be challenging. There will be obstacles on the way. Some people might encounter the loss of a loved one. Some people might encounter heartbreak. We are women. Thank you. Some young women may encounter heartbreak. I've had a fair share of mine. And so it will look like, some of you may come across rejection. And it will like, maybe I'm not even worth it. My darling, you are 100% worth it. Whatever those dreams are in your heart, God put them there. You dreamed them. You are 100% worth every dream, even bigger dreams. bigger dreams that you will still dream after today. You are worth it, and you can be everything and more that you want to be. Now, never give up when these obstacles begin to arise. Now we'll talk about successful women that we celebrate today all over the world. Even some of our mothers who have gone, who have gone to the other side. We've seen that they fought. Today we celebrate Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. I personally celebrate her. I love her. I love her for her intelligence. I love her for her commitment. The Director General of the World Trade Organization. She is an inspiration anytime, any day. We see her today. She's over 60 years of age, but you see how she's still working. She's still impacting the world. That's one of the prominent and most powerful organization in the world, the World Trade Organization. And a Nigerian woman is heading that organization. And global leaders all over the world, from the US to Europe to Australia, all over the world, Africa, would sit down and listen to hear her speak. Would sit down and hear her take a decision on a global trade issue. Your dreams are valid. But did she just wake up and get there? Hell no. At least we saw her journey from when she was Minister of Finance in Nigeria. We saw all the challenges she went through, even before then. I remember this book she wrote about, if you are fighting corruption, that corruption will fight you back. Okay, I think the title of the book was Fighting Corruption is Deadly. She stood her ground. She had her obstacles. She also is a mother. She has children. She has a husband. She has a home. So for young women who are saying, oh, I would have done this, or if maybe I was a man, there is no stopping us, darling. There is no stopping us. These women paid their price. In ministry, in science, in tech, we see women rising. And let me tell us that the future is female. Please type in the comment section that the future is female. The future is female. Yes, there are opportunities for women. Women have the opportunities to stand out in whatever industry that they are playing in. The future is female. Thank you, Julia. The future is female. The future is female. Thank you, Chibundo. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So, now what does it mean to dream? What does it really mean to dream? When we say dare to dream, it means having a vision for your life. And I already explained what that means. A mental picture, how you want your future to look like. Having a vision for your life and having the courage to pursue it. Now, that is what it means to dare to dream. Some people have the picture. I just painted a very casual picture I had, while in university, very casual one. But there are also pictures I had for my business, for my personal life, for my social life, and all of that. Now, you need to have a mental picture. That's what I mean when I say vision. And it doesn't just stop there. Scripture says that we should write the vision and make it work plain. Some years ago, I started doing something. I started doing vision boarding. Vision boarding is where you could just get a big sheet or a board and then cut pictures of what you want to see. This year or last year, 2022, I reviewed my vision board. I saw that everything on the board, I needed to change some things. I needed to, let me give us a practical example. I needed to get some equipment for the company. And I got a picture. You can download the pictures online. You can get it on magazines, old magazines, like these magazines they sell where they sell newspapers. And then I got some of those pictures. I also got a picture of a couple with kids, 2 kids, a boy and a girl. And I said, okay, at this period of my life, I want this family size to remain like this. I also cut that, put it up there, put those machines there. And then I put some amounts of money, some millions of naira that I wanted us to hit in the company. And I just put these things there. While doing the review at the end of last year, I discovered that I think there was only one thing left on the vision board that had not happened. And I was like, wow, this is powerful. Now, what did I do with this board? I pasted it on my wardrobe in the room. And so when I wake up in the morning, it's one of the first things that I see. And so this picture sticks to my mind and I run with it. And on that vision board, there's this statement I wrote and I placed it in red and white, really big. And I said, dreams don't work unless you do. And I cut it and I put it on the board. So when I see these things, they drive me to move. They drive me to take risks. They drive me to walk. They drive me to take steps. They drive me. So if you have a vision for your life, it doesn't just stop in your head. Put it on writing. Put it in picture. Make sure it is written down somewhere. And also, like we said, daring to dream also means having the courage to pursue those dreams. Standing up from your butt and getting up to do what will move you a step closer to where you want to be. Say you want to be the greatest public or inspirational speaker of all time, and you don't know major inspirational speakers. You are not burning your data on YouTube, hearing them speak, hearing them, manifest the art of public speaking. You're not buying books on public speaking. You're not taking courses on public speaking. Nothing is going to work. But then when you have these dreams in your heart and you're taking the little steps, so you want to have the biggest fashion line in Nigeria, you go to a training school. You get your basic machines. You start the work. You begin to learn creativity. You go on YouTube. Thankfully, in our time, we have a lot of resources online. You go, you search for designs, you see how to create patterns, and you do one step at a time. Before you know, you begin to create amazing designs. And somebody wears one day and goes like, whoa, this is nice. Who designed this? And it's a young woman. So, can I have a contact? You are growing already. You are growing already. That's how it starts. That's how it starts. I remember last year, or was it last year? Yes, last year. I was at Aso Villa in Abuja. My company was nominated for award for excellence in agriculture. What happened? We just applied. I saw the application online. We applied. I sent a video of our processes, of how we take raw materials from the farm, from local farmers, how we turn them into, process them into finished products, and how they are in stores and supermarkets, and people are consuming them and getting better, how we are creating jobs. And that was it. I was invited to the presidential villa. And you know what? They gave us slots to invite our family members alongside. I remember, sending my mom. I said, okay, let's go. And then my mom went. And that day she was happy. She was like, hey, villa that she never thought she would enter. She has entered today. It was so funny. So, but these are things that are possible. These are things that are possible. But if you don't start somewhere, if you're wanting to have it big, I always tell the story of how I started Nature First. In my room. I started it in my room. And I always tell the G's, with 10,000 naira, both for the raw materials, and I gave someone in Onisha 5,000. A relative of my husband, I gave him 5,000 to help me buy some packaging bottles from Onisha. And that 5,000 naira included the money he will use for way bill. So you can imagine how I started. And I remember going to the printer myself to design logo for me, print the first 10 stickers I placed on the product. And these things I'm telling you is not 10 years ago. No, as recent as 4 years ago. You can create the future that you want. Before then, I wasn't idle. I had written books. I had done things, trainings, courses. I was editing and proofreading resources for people. So there's a lot that we can do. And we're thankful to be in an environment or in an era where a lot of information is available online for us. So you must be willing to take action. You must be willing to push yourself to do something. Now, as you embark on this journey, like I said, know that there will be setbacks, there will be challenges, plenty of them. There are times where I've had to sit down, literally weep and cry. Sometimes I'm like, who sent me? If I'm collecting salary somewhere, I will not be having headaches. My daughter saw my gray. This is the wig I'm wearing. If I remove it, you'll be stunned at the gray hair I'm having at I'm going to be 34 in April. You'll be stunned at the gray hair. My daughter saw me some days ago and was crying, and she said, "That mommy, you are getting old," and she was crying. I said, "My darling, if only you understood, it is stress." So yeah, there's going to be mental stress. You're going to be calculating. Your head is going to be like on fire many a times. But then you don't stop. You need to dream. You need to dream this dream. You need to keep pushing. Now, I know my time is well spent, but quickly, before I run, please permit me to give you 7 steps, just 7 tips on how to help turn these dreams in your heart to reality. And now, for those people who have said you are still confused about your dreams, yeah, this is where I'm going to attend to you. How can I how can I turn these things in my heart, these things I have dreamed about, these things I'm hoping, how can I do them? And with this economy like this, with no support system, with economic crisis, with this one inflation, how can, and all these questions are bugging your mind. Relax. There is a way, even where there seems to be no way, there is a way. And this is what I'm going to be showing you. I'm not speaking things that I have not done. I'm not speaking things that I went to say, let me go and read it. No, this is a journey I have walked, and I'm still actively walking. So please listen. Now, the first thing you have to do is to identify those dreams. Number 1, identify your dreams. Number 1, you can write it down if you're taking notes. Identify your dreams. What are those dreams in your heart? What are those? And on this particular point, I want you to, after this conference, to take some time off, all by yourself. It could be on your bed. It could be just take a walk out of the house where there's no distraction, maybe to a quiet place, and think, what are your dreams? And ask yourself, say, Bisola, what is my dream? Adobe, what is my dream? Jessica, what is my dream? Gongon, what is my dream? What do I have? What is the desire in my heart? Now, take some time to think, and then begin to write down what comes to your mind. For some of you want to be a renowned business person. You want to impact life all over Nigeria, all over the world. You want to be known in this area of, I don't know, perhaps there's an athlete amongst the young women here today listening, and you say, I don't know, sports in Nigeria is somehow, but you have this dream in your heart to be one of the greatest female athletes from Nigeria. You have this dream, write them down. Write them down. And I want you to know that as you are writing them down, you have to focus on them. Not today, because you see somebody, they say, oh, today is this one that is happening now. You jump, you change dream. Next tomorrow, you see that this one is happening, you change dream. A tree does not grow when it keeps uprooting and then going to different parts of the soil. A tree only grows when it is planted, when it stays, when it has staying power to stay and tap nutrients from the soil. That's when a tree grows. That's when a tree grows. And it's one challenge I see we young people have, especially in this time. Lack of focus. Lack of focus. Technology is changing with the speed of light. The other day they introduced ChatGPT. Now I'm hearing ChatGPT 4. I'm hearing a lot of things. And it's like you are trying to catch up with this one. Tomorrow they say, oh, it's YouTube Shorts that are raining. Before you learn how to make YouTube Shorts, they release another one, Reels. From that, they release another one. And then you're just running helter-skelter. You need to focus and you need to stay. When you jump around with every trend, then you are going to be a lot distracted. I know this point is for someone here, and I'm speaking to you. You need to stay committed and focused. So write those things down. You have identified your own, whether it's in fashion, it's in sports, it's in education, it's in the media, it's in government or politics, whatever those dreams, write them. Don't be afraid, write them down. The next point is create a plan. Now that I've had this, now that I have this dream in my heart, how do I go about it? Create a plan. Like I said earlier, for example, you want to own the biggest catering school, training school, or big catering or baking outfit in the country. You won't just start from up there. What are you doing now? Have you attended or gone to any school? Or are you watching some videos and trainings on how to do these things currently? How many hours of that you spend a week building that thing you're dreaming about? That is the plan I'm talking about. So you have identified that dream. Now break it down. Tell yourself, this year, this is what I'm going to do towards achieving my dream. I remember the time I would say, oh, in a particular year, that was in 2020, I said, we must get all our products registered. We must get our products registered with NAFDAC. I was working on it since we started, but that year I said it must happen. I remember going to the NAFDAC office over and over. I remember one day I broke down in the office and I wept like a baby because of the unnecessary bottlenecks and stress they were giving. But then it happened. So write it down. We passed that phase, and every other year I gave a target. Every other year I gave a target. So you need to have plan. You don't do all at once. You'll be exhausted. If your plan this year is to say, oh, I want to add one major equipment or machine or certificate that I need in this my career, in this my field, have that plan. Because whether you like it or not, the year will start and it will end. It will finish. So, but if you don't have that plan, nothing is going to happen. So create a plan and make sure these plans are manageable. Small plans. Create a timeline. In the next 2 months, I want to have mastered this part of design. In the next 6 months, I want to have mastered this area. In the next 1 year, I want to master. And let me tell us this. As you create this plan, it provides a guideline. You find that you are busy, you are occupied, you are doing stuff that matters. Because if you don't create activity around yourself, activities will create themselves around you and keep you occupied. So you'll still be occupied whether you create a plan or not. So why not create a plan that will move your life forward? So create this plan, break them down into small steps, little steps. It might be that, oh, I don't have money for all these big and glamorous fashion houses yet to go for their training. How about Mama Nkechi? She's not far from your estate, but the woman is good. And she's neat and she's decent and she knows how to at least teach you how to create patterns. Why not start? I remember when I got into herbal remedies and all of that, I traveled. I went to my kids. I traveled to Nasarawa. I went to meet someone who I call mentor now. She's elderly, old. I said, this is what I want to do. I went to learn. I'm even still planning other trips, going into the interior, talking to people who use herbs to heal. So you don't just sit down and wait for these things to happen. Create this plan. Create it and then take them one step at a time. Number 3, quickly, my time is fast spent. Number 3, take action. I know I have dwelt on this and I'm not going to say so much. Don't wait for things to happen. Make those things happen. Make them happen. Approach people. Reach out to people. Speak to people. Talk to people. Move. Take courses. Take trainings. Do things to help. I want to say something happened to the sound. Is it same for everyone? Please let me know before I continue, please.
Please do go ahead. The sound is clear.
The sound is clear. Okay, so, oh, great. Thank you. The sound is clear. Oh, good. So please check your own sound. Check your own sound to see that you are not disconnected in any way. Good. So take action. Don't wait. Time waits for no man. Do what the clock does. Keep moving, keep going, keep taking an action, taking a step. Take action. And let me tell us tonight, do it afraid. Currently, there's a step we're taking in the business. I am so afraid, but we are doing it. We're taking it because it's going to help us. It's going to cause us to grow. Will you fail? Sometimes you will. Sometimes I fail. But I get back up. I get back up and keep going. Because there's no perfection anywhere. Perfection is an illusion. Yes, I was granting an interview yesterday, and I made this point. You are waiting for when it's perfect. I remember when I took my first product photography. By the way, when you go to our website, naturefirstng.com, that's our website, my company website. When you see all the pictures there of our products, I took those pictures with my phone, and then till today I don't use an iPhone. No. And I remember when we branded our vehicle, our company vehicle, they were looking for pictures to use. And I sent them pictures and they branded the vehicle. The pictures came out crisp and clear. And I was like, whoa, was it this thing I took on my phone? I remember the first product photography I took. It was very funny. It was my son's napkin, a new one we hadn't used before, pure white. I put it on a table, brought it outside, brought the table outside my house, put the product and took pictures of it. But when people saw it outside, they didn't know it was napkin that was underneath. But it was what I had before we started using professional backgrounds or anything. So take action. Don't wait for the perfect time. Don't wait for the perfect time. Because if you start when you think it's perfect, that means you started too late. That's the truth. So your journey, your beginning point should embarrass you. I remember when I used to be the only operating officer, I would do production, I would do packaging, I would do delivery, I would do customer relation. But it's not like that anymore. So I know in the future I'll still look back at this time and laugh at the number of staff I currently have. So life is a journey. Take action. Then number 4 point is believe in yourself. See, I know that we especially women, young women, we usually have the imposter syndrome and something in your mind telling you that, oh, who are you now? Is it you that want to now have this thing, this big company, this big stuff, this profile? Is it you that internationals will be paying for to come and speak and all of those things? But resist that voice. You are made in God's image. You are a masterpiece. You are not a copy. Believe in yourself. Believe in yourself. Believe that you have all it takes. You have the strength. You have the ability. And you know what? Let me tell us something very surprising and very real today. People who are doing all of these things that we aspire to do, some of you seated on this call can do even 10 times better. But just because they stood up to do it, and the world is celebrating them, watching them do it, the strength you have, the giftings that you have, the ability you have, the capability that you have, if you put it to use, you will do 10 times better. But while you're not doing anything, you need to believe more in yourself. You need to yield to that voice telling you that you can be all. You can be all. You can be everything that you want to be. Don't think less of yourself. You want to have a company that has 5,000 staff, you can't have it. You want to be the greatest athlete from this African soil, you can't have it. What do those people who are already those things you're dreaming of, they sleep like you sleep, they eat like you eat, they bake like you bake. So there's no two heads. They don't have two heads, they have single heads. So you can be all that you want to be. Believe in yourself. Don't doubt yourself. So anytime the doubts come, tell yourself that you are a masterpiece and you are made for glory. Type in the comment section, say, I am made for glory. I am made for glory. I am designed for glory. Type it in the comments. I want to see it. I want to see it. I want to see it. I am made for glory. Type it in the comment section. Say, I am made for glory. I am made for glory. Yes, you are made for glory, Julia. You are made for glory. You are designed for glory. You are honorable. So believe in yourself. Yes, thank you, Aronica. You are made for glory. You are made for glory. T-Mac says, I'm made for glory. Yes, you are. You are made for glory. You're not made for mediocrity or for pity. No. You are made for something beautiful. Nena, you are made for glory. You are made for something fantastic. Now, I just have 10 minutes to go, and I'm going to round up. Number 5, surround yourself with positivity. You see this part of the world? You need all the positive doses that you can. And please identify your positivity sources. Please identify your positivity sources. You see those people that when you are around them, you feel good, you feel like you can take on the world, you feel that you can become Barack Obama. Please spend time with those people. But not people that you are sharing your dreams with and they say, who dash you? Run away, flee with your legs, flee from such. So spend time around people who are going to inspire you, who are going to nudge you, who are going to encourage you to keep going. You know, I have one of those people in my space. In fact, not one, more than one. My husband and my mom. God, these people, they believe that I can become the president of the world. You know, so when you identify these people, it could be a friend, it could be a parent, it could be a brother or a sister or a loved one or someone that keeps pushing you. I remember there was just this week, went to the Elumelu turned 60 and they invited some young African entrepreneurs and they were doing his symposium and some of those African entrepreneurs were sharing their story, how they started, how his grants helped them and some of those things. I remember my mom calling me and saying on phone and said, hello, Please tune to Arise TV. They are showing something about young African entrepreneurs that will encourage you, you know. And I just smiled and said thank you. And I tuned and I watched it, and it was good. So people who will always push you, please surround yourself with those people. Anybody that wants to discourage you from your dream, flee from them. And I tell you, flee. If you don't flee, they're going to quench that dream. Because Bible says that we should not be deceived. Evil communication corrupts us, good manners. Don't be deceived. Anybody who is always, you are bringing the fire of your dream, the person is pouring water on it. You run away from such person. Such person is not going to help you achieve that dream. Number 6 is learn from failures. Like I said, on this journey, plenty failures, plenty falling down, plenty making mistakes. You're going to take some tests, some training. You're going to do something. Hard times with bought machines, spend millions on machines. They'll come install the machine will not work. They'll try the machine, what they call it, technicians will come try. I remember one, in fact, I broke down at some point. I was crying, like, what was this, the meaning of this? They had to come, dismantle everything, took it back to a different state. Even up to now, we've not gotten a refund, and then we've not even gotten the machine back. It's promises upon promises. But with this thing, all listening, say, I'm not even doing this product again. No, and it's for one of our major products. So there will be times, there will be some decisions you will take. Maybe you hire someone, and the person becomes a problem to the company. I've been in that position before. And I'm wondering, oh God, why didn't I see this coming? Why did I even make this mistake? How did I bring in this person that's causing problems amongst my staff? You have to take a decision to repair it. So there will be failures. There will be setbacks. But please don't let this setback discourage you. It's a normal part of the journey. It's a normal part of growth. Instead, let it inspire you. Let it fuel you to keep going. So analyze what this thing that went wrong now. What happened? What happened? Why did this thing go wrong? Is it that I went to the wrong source? Is it that I didn't check properly? Find out what made that thing go wrong and be determined not to allow it to go wrong again. And there you have it. Then the last point says, celebrate your successes. For example, you are a graphic designer, you just started doing designs. You know, I remember when I started using Canva, the first time I hit 100 designs on Canva, Canva sent me a certificate and said, whoop, whoop, you hit your first 100 designs on Canva. And I was like, yay, later after smiling, I was like, so what? But then, they did that to encourage me. So that's how it should be. So you want to learn, you're a designer, you're working towards being the best designer, and then you just learn to create a particular pattern, celebrate it. You want to be an internationally acclaimed speaker, and you got your first invitation to go outside your state to speak, or a big church invited you to come and speak, and you went there and you spoke, the audience were thrilled and inspired. Celebrate it. No step is too small. Oh, let's say you make Zobo, and you've been dreaming of how to create a brand around it, and you created a brand, you got your brand name, you did your logo. Celebrate it. There is no small success. Let's say, oh, you've been working alone, and you finally hired your first staff. Celebrate it as if you hired 1 million. These celebrations on the journey will keep you motivated. They'll keep you inspired to keep going. Acknowledge the progress you are making, because not every young person is dreaming or even having the courage to pursue their dream. So let me round off here. Let me round off by saying that the road to achieving this dream may not be easy. But let me tell you something. With hard work, with determination, with courage in our hearts, with God, and with consistency, we can be anything that we dare to dream. Thank you, everyone, and let's all keep dreaming. Thank you. So I don't know if it's now I'm going to take responses or questions, or at the end of the entire event. So
Thank you very much, Ma. Thank you very much for that amazing session. Thank you very much. Wow. So I believe every one of us, you heard from her, dare to dream. Dare to dream is simply having a vision, and having the courage to pursue the vision that you have. Having a vision for yourself and having the courage to pursue it. And you had her story, how she told us how she was able to have a vision, okay, from her bedroom. From her bedroom, she had a vision of having a reputable business brand, and she also had the courage to go all out pursuing the vision she had. So thank you very much, Ma. It's been an amazing time. Thank you very much. And I believe there are some persons here who have questions to ask. I believe there are some persons here who have questions to ask. So please, if you have any question to ask, please just indicate. You could ask your question, or you could drop your question in the chat box. And if you are watching us on YouTube, because we are streaming this conference also on YouTube, if you're on YouTube, you can also drop your questions in the chat box on YouTube, on the live chat on YouTube. You could drop your question in the live chat on YouTube, and I'll pick it up from there and then ask our guests the questions. I'll ask our guests the questions. So anyone, if you have any question, please indicate so that we'll move on quickly. If you have any question, indicate so that we'll move on quickly. If you have any question, indicate if you have any questions so that we'll move on quickly. All right, so Rose Ugo, you have a question, so quickly unmute yourself and ask your question, Rose.
Hello, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you so much, Ma. I really appreciated your presentation. It has really been a lovely one. Straight to my question. My question is, as a young lady starting out as an entrepreneur, how do you balance the reality of your bills and the people who are dependent on you and keep on pursuing your dream as an entrepreneur? Because being an entrepreneur, starting a business, you have to make sacrifices. You have to do certain things that may not fit into the norm of society. But that doesn't change the fact that the economy will keep changing, things will just keep happening, and your reality may not fit your dream and goal at the moment. So how do you balance this? How do you keep that fire going and still meet up with your responsibilities as a woman?
Okay, so that's a very great question. Sorry, is that Shoma who asked that question?
No, it's Rose. Rose Ugo.
Rose Ugo. That's a fantastic question, and I actually expected that question because I'm dealing here with women. And let me also say at this point that as young women, we will continually have these needs around us. Are you getting me? I don't know, are you married? Rose Ugo, we're talking.
Yes, I'm sorry about that. At the moment, I am not married. I'm still single.
Okay, fantastic. So, and if you have the dream to get married someday, you're going to get married. And if you have the dream to have children, you're going to have children. Now, you see that as you continue to go, you see that these responsibilities will increase. Now, when you talk of people who depend on you currently, so it may be siblings, right?
Yes,
or
that's correct.
parents. Okay, or
Yes.
parents. Now you see that as you go higher, this number of dependents is going to become wider, larger, and you begin to have responsibilities. Even in-laws are going. When you get married, in-laws will now place their own demands. Society will place the demand they have of a married woman, and all of these things. So you must begin to define it from now. This is a fantastic time to begin to define these things. Now, settle it in your mind that these demands, these needs will always be there. So you must learn to prioritize. You must learn to prioritize. Say your sibling depends on you for maybe some kind of stipend, every month, or something of that nature. Let's say you're supposed to give them 10,000 naira a month or 20,000 a month, depending. Now, and you're seeing that there's a training or there's a course that you need to do, and you just have to do it to move your life forward. Your sibling will not die if you reduce that amount and give them, let's say, 60 and keep 40, 60% and keep 40%, saving towards that course or that training or that machine you want to get. I don't know if you're getting my point, because there will never be a time when everything will not be set for you to start pursuing that dream. No, it's not going to happen. Not now, not in the future. So billionaires that we see today, millionaires that we see today, people who are building great businesses, they are also still aspiring. They are also still saying, okay, who do I partner with? Who do I bring into this business? Oh, who do I give equity to so that we can expand and take this part of the market? Oh, we've saturated Nigeria. How can we get to other parts of Africa? They are still designing these things. And that's why sometimes people will say, some rich people are stingy. You wonder, you laugh at such statements, because you see that these people are working non-stop to see how to move from the current level to the next level. So you must learn to prioritize. You must also learn to set boundaries. Let me be very practical here. I remember when some years ago, my secondary school, sorry, my son just distracted me. Sorry, my son distracted me a little. I'm sorry about that. I remember some time ago, my secondary school alumni, they had a WhatsApp group, and then every other day they're in the WhatsApp group, and then every other day it's contribution. We're contributing for one person. This person did this one, did birthday party, let us contribute money. This person did this, let us contribute money. Almost, I removed myself from the group today, and I removed myself from multiple of such groups of such quote and unquote unnecessary associations that they take your time. They say, okay, this person, let's go and visit this person. They distract you. I cut myself from a lot of all these things. But today, a lot of them are coming back to say, oh, Priscilla, can you mentor me? Oh, Priscilla, can you show me how you do this? Oh, Priscilla, be a person of value. Cut some of the unnecessary relationships and responsibilities that you have. Narrow them. Be so focused. See, people who make it happen, so focused on their dreams. If you don't have a laser focus, Bible says that if that eye be single, your whole body will be full of light. If you have this thing you are looking at, you are pursuing, you are dreaming, there's nobody that will know me and don't know my business or don't know about Nature First. Some people have my name stored on their phone as Madam Nature First. Some will say Mama Nature First. Some will say this. Because I talk it, I sleep it, I dream it, I wake it. My eyes is there. If you are talking about any other thing, it's not, they know, no, it's not me. It's not me. So all of these things, you need to determine them now and make people around you see that this is your path. You've chosen this path. Does not mean that people will not be there for you when they need it. By the time you become a person of value, people will be in competition to make you happy. That's the reality of life. Do you see how people who have made it today, people are dying to go and give them gifts? And whereas people who are poor and struggling, they left them, they didn't look at them. They are struggling to give somebody that already has. They are struggling to go and tap into grace, to go and sow seed. Because what? They have succeeded. So make those decisions now. Make those. Will it be easy? Like I said, no, it won't. There are sometimes you feel like maybe you are missing out on the social life, or you're missing out on this. You're not missing anything. Don't worry. Time is coming. Where when you begin to buy your time, like I'm already buying my time. Now I can stand up and say, okay, I'm not going to the factory today. I have people who I'll say, okay, do this and do this, and it gets done. So by the time you'll be able to make some of this sacrifice, and God bless us, we're in a fantastic era. We have YouTube is a blessing, almost. YouTube is a big blessing. A lot of things you want to learn, a lot of next level things you want to do can be learned there. Burn that data, learn, stay in the place of learning. I just hope I've been able to clear some of the questions in your heart. Okay, I see someone.
Yes, thank you very much, Mark. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Okay, thank you very much for yes, okay. Zaga, quickly, your question.
Yes. Thank you so much. Are we together right now?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, wonderful. And it's an amazing platform though. I'm from Namibia. I just want to ask, because I'm also a young entrepreneur and I've started my business last year, and I have to be inspired by a lot of young women who have been in the industry for long now. Coming to the to work and relationships that I have reached complicated nowadays. Now, how do I balance my entrepreneurship journey with the current relationships, especially that I'm not married now, and I want someone to be with me on this journey. You know, it takes for a man to succeed. It's always because of of a woman behind him. But nowadays, it's not that much easy for a woman to understand you during the struggle of this funny economical struggle. So now, how do I balance that situation if you are to get me? Like, how do I make my woman understand me that the formative stage is about hustling hard without spending, but more on investment, because I'm somebody who loves investment. So how do I balance that? Maybe just to get some advice, because I'm enjoying what's going on here. It's my first time. A friend of mine introduced me to this, so I'm amazed and I'm feeling grateful for it. And thank you for you guys.
Okay. All right, Zaga. That was a fantastic question, but I didn't see that question coming. I didn't see that question coming because one, I won't say I'm a relationship expert, but then I could be able to chip in a thing or two. Now the thing is, also I'm going to use myself as an example. Yeah. So the thing is, when I got married to my husband, I'm speaking to you now as a sister. So when I got married to my husband, I remember when he came to ask for my hand in marriage, and my dad asked him how much his salary was. The amount he mentioned was ridiculous. You are not a Nigerian, but then let me mention the money in Naira so you could go on Google and do the conversion. As at then, his salary, and this is not 10 years ago, this was in 2014, his salary was 40,000 Naira. And even me, I was even collecting way more then. And I'm like, hey, and you want to come and marry me? But then a lot happened, things happened, and today we are married, and we are nowhere. In fact, today he's my ATM. You know, so, but then I saw the faith in his heart. Sincerely, the faith in his heart was tangible. I knew that this was someone that was going somewhere. Not every woman would have the eyes to see. That's the truth. Not every woman will have the eyes to see. There are some ladies preach from, well, even if you preach from now to tomorrow, all they want is comfort. Don't blame them, just avoid them. All they want is pleasure, comfort, and baby girl lifestyle. That's not the kind of person that you need. In fact, as an entrepreneur, you need someone who has a lot of faith, who has a lot of courage, and who has a lot of belief in you that you are going to succeed. That's the kind of person you're looking out for. Now, you may be looking for everything in one. You may be looking for a slave queen, figure eight, and everything in one. It's okay to want these things, but it may not come in the shape and size that you want. But if you can identify that person who has that, you know, vision for the future with you, then you're going to build together from the beginning. Now, having said that, let me ask you to please create a balance. Yes, you need to create a balance, because truly it's not faith she's going to eat. So every time you're talking of let's invest this one, let's invest this money, maybe your deal clicks and you say, oh, we need to invest this money. Take her out. Let her begin to see the prospects that yes, you will also spoil her when you have the resources. And it doesn't cost much. In Nigeria, we say you eat suya, buy her suya. Simple date, simple outing, buy her a simple, thoughtful gift. It could be a small perfume. This person knows that you have a heart for her. You have a heart to give. register her for a training or a course that you see will benefit her future or her career and pay for it. This person will see that, oh, you have me in mind. If you have the resources, you are going to do better. So all of these things, not every day you come and you're talking of you want to invest. Every day, there's no day you have a fun time or you just go out to a park or a nice place and, just spend a little sum. She is going to be afraid. Remember I said I'm giving you this advice as a sister. So she is going to be afraid because no matter how visionary a woman is, she also wants a man who is going to be loving. I mean, for those who intend to get married, she wants a man who is going to be loving, who is going to be caring, and who is going to be a provider. So while you are trying to sell to this person that you are all about investment, you're all about building, you're all about, I remember this same scenario I just gave. As a matter of fact, the first time my husband came to meet my parents, he had to come by night bus. He couldn't even, hey God, he couldn't even pay for a day vehicle. Night bus. If you're in Nigeria, you know what it means. Night bus. I remember that was like last month. Yeah. In February, I remember my husband sent me a message on WhatsApp. And then he sent a picture we took the month we got married. That was, we're traveling to Lagos for honeymoon. And it was the first flight we booked together ever. So we were feeling like we had achieved a lot. I remember him sending that picture to me. And then the next thing he was like, look at my face in this picture. But what did you even really see in me? He said, why did you even agree to marry me? And both of us, we laughed. And I was like, and I looked at the picture again. It was looking somehow. And I'm like, even me said, what did I even see in you? Like, see the way you're looking so haggard and hungry. So we just laughed, and then I told him casually, I said, I saw the faith in your heart. I saw that you were driven. I saw that you knew where you were going to. And that was it. So Zaga, that's what you should look out for. Look out for that faith in the person's heart, and then you'll be good to go. I hope this has spoken to you and to anyone else in this show right now.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
It has spoken to me, not just Zaga.
Oh, that's great. I'm glad to do.
It has spoken to me. It has spoken to me. That's Rema.
I'm glad to hear that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you very much for sharing that in response to Zaga. Thank you very much, and I believe so many other persons who have that question, especially young men like us,
the men in the women's forum.
Yes. The blessed men among women. The blessed men.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, ma. Thank you very much, ma, for this session. Thank you very much for making our time to be with us. Thank you very much. We really appreciate you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. So thank you, and let's have a good evening and continue to enjoy the rest sessions. A lot of amazing speakers are coming up, and I hope to enjoy the sessions as well. Thank you so much for having me, everyone. And Mr. Mborno, thank you so much.
All right, ma. Thank you very much.
All right, bye-bye.
All right. Oh wow. It's been amazing. It's been amazing. I don't know about you, but it's been amazing. Especially the last response to the questions Zaga asked. I thought that we all agreed that it's a young women conference, but then I thought we all agreed that it's a young women conference, but then it suddenly turned to a young men conference. All right, Zaga, please, our young men conference comes up in November. So do well to also be part of the conference coming up in November. It's going to come up on November the 19th this year, okay? And it's going to hold live on Zoom, just like we are having this particular conference. And the theme of that young men conference that will be coming up in November is the complete man. And we are going to be discussing men talk, okay? We are going to be discussing things that affect young men in Africa, things that affect young men in Africa. You know, Africa is a place that is a unique place, and it has its own unique challenges. It has its own unique challenges. You know, oftentimes I hear a lot of persons try to compare a country in Africa with some countries elsewhere in, let's say, Europe, United States of America, and I tell them, no, you are not being realistic. You are not being realistic. You can't compare a country like United States of America with a country like Nigeria. They are miles apart. They are miles apart. Now, I'm not saying that to take away the fact that we've not been doing so well in certain things. I'm not saying that to take away the fact, but I'm just saying that we need to be realistic in some of the things, some of the comparisons we do. Okay, some of the comparisons we do. Okay, Africa as a society, as a continent, there are so many challenges. There are so many challenges that lie on the paths of young women, of young people, of young women. There are so many challenges that lie on the path of young women towards rising, towards pursuing their dreams. Okay, so that is why we are having these conversations. That is why we are having this conversation, so that you get to hear from those who also had those challenges. Okay, and they were able, okay, to scale through, and they are currently daring their dreams and living their dreams. All right, so that's why the next session we are going to enter is very, very important. Okay, it's very, very important, because when it comes to daring, when it comes to dare to dream, when it comes to dreaming, when it comes to you daring to dream, one thing that you can never take away is what is the place of your mindset. Is the place of your mindset. Your mindset is important. If you must dream, if you must work on your dream, your mindset is important. We had Mrs. Priscilla share her own story with us, and we also see the mindset she had starting out, especially also her experience with her husband. Okay, the mindset of a husband. Okay, even though he didn't have much, he still had a mindset that he knows where he's going to, and he could get everything he needed within a short period of time. All right, so our next speaker is going to be taking the conversation a step further. Okay, is going to be taking the conversation a step further. And this next speaker is no other person than Mrs. Rose Joseph Ume. Mrs. Rose Joseph Ume is the founder of Incrush Consult, a writing solutions agency that provides professional writing, book editing, proofreading, book publishing on Amazon, ghostwriting for Christian leaders and organizations. In addition, Rose is a seasoned freelance writer, a broadcast journalist, and communication strategist. As a communication strategist, she strives to procure solutions to communication challenges based on research, experience, and observation. She assists budding and established career professionals in developing tested and trusted communication systems for better results and business growth. And she helps individuals bring their literary dreams to life. Now, above all, or aside all of this, or in addition to all of this, Rose is a happily married wife, and she is a mother to an amazing young boy, baby A. So, ladies and gentlemen, join me as I welcome Mrs. Rose Joseph Ume. Hello, Rose. How are you?
I'm all right, thank you. How about you?
I am doing well. I'm doing well today. How is baby A?
He's doing very well. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay.
It's so good to see your face again after such a long time.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that
nothing has changed.
I didn't know. What do you mean that nothing has changed? Hello.
I said what I said.
Okay, we'll talk about this after this conference. All right. So thank you very much for being here with us. We are glad that you accepted to be a speaker in this conference, and we are glad that you are here today. Despite your tight schedules, you could make out time to get to speak to us in this conference. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
It's my pleasure. It's a big pleasure. Thank you so much. I need to be sure that everyone can hear me loud and clear. So can you hear me? Am I audible enough? Or do you think I need to speak louder or maybe connect a microphone or something like that?
No, your audio is okay. You are good to go.
Okay. So thank you so much. At some point, I'm going to be sharing my screen. So just to put that out there. Okay, so thank you so much, Mr. Ifegu Bono Victor C. I really, really appreciate this opportunity. This is something that I do not take for granted anywhere, like anyhow, because it is such a privilege to be able to share any information that you have, especially when it is tested and trusted. Because every day we get the opportunity to encounter things in our lives, and anytime I get the opportunity to share, it is always a huge pleasure. So I do not take this for granted. I am really grateful. Thank you so much. Like I've already been introduced, my name is Rose Joseph Ume, and it is such an honor to be here today. I remember that last year I was the anchor. I remember that I was the anchor for last year's Young Women Conference. So this is like an upgrade. Last year, I was the anchor, ushering people in. And this year, I am one of the speakers. Maybe by next year, I don't know what I am. Maybe I'll be the person of reverence, you know. So thank you so much.
And next year, you'll be the convener.
So thank you so much. So I'm sharing my screen right now, and I need to be sure that we can see my screen. So can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I have been asked to take the topic, the mindset of dreamers. The mindset of dreamers. And although I don't want to change the topic, but I would like to tweak it a little bit to add something else that I feel is very, very important in this particular topic. And that is the mindset of actionable dreamers. The mindset of actionable dreamers. The reason that I just added that is because some people seem to have this problem with saying I'm a dreamer, because they believe that some people dream and do nothing. And that's really true. A lot of people in our world today are only dreamers and they do nothing with their dreams. So people think that it's about going to sleep and actually seeing visions in your head, while other people think that it's about the things or desires that they would like to accomplish. But when they finally wake up from that reverie, they don't do anything with those dreams. So that's why I decided to add that particular concept, the mindset of actionable dreamers. That's the mindset of people who do not just dream, but people who take their dreams a little bit further. Because let's be honest, life is not just about dreaming. Life is not just about what you want to accomplish. And when I say dreaming now, I do not mean what you see when you sleep. That's also dreaming, but that's not the kind of dreaming we're talking about now. I'm talking about your aspirations, the kind of world that you want to have for yourself, and your desires. That's your ambition. So life is not just all about having ambition. Life is also about making do or making good on the ambitions that you have. So today, ladies and gentlemen, I learned there's a gentleman and maybe other gentlemen in the house. So today, I am taking the topic, the mindset of actionable dreamers. Okay, so let's look at these objectives. We are going to understand what mindset is and the various kinds of mindset that we have. And then we'll look at, we'll understand what mindset aids dreams and those that actually impede dreams. Just because we are talking about mindset does not mean that every kind of mindset is necessary or required as we go through our journey of life. So we're going to look at those mindsets that actually aid dreaming and those that impede dreaming. And we will look at how to develop the right mindset necessary for achieving one's dream, especially as a young woman. Now, there are other variables that I have included that I did not include in these objectives. So as we proceed, we will get a good hang of these other objectives that I did not include on this list. So let me tell you a little story. As you can see on my screen, this is a very interesting picture. Interesting in the sense that it tells two stories here. So the first thing you see from the outside is the image of a shark. That is what you see from the outside. Anybody who is maybe in a helicopter or on a boat or in a ship on this water where this fish is would think that they are looking at a shark. So that's a shark from the outside. But now there's another interesting part, and that's the part that tells the internal story. As we can see from inside, this is the picture of a very small fish, a very small fish. Now, let me tell you a story about this interesting picture. One day, a particular fish realized that he was always the prey. He was always the prey in the sense that every other ocean animal was always coming to eat it. So this fish decided to look at this from another perspective. He said, although I am always the prey, I don't want to remain the prey. What can I do to move from being a prey to being the predator? Now, that was when this particular fish decided to do something interesting, because as long as there is a place for desire, there is always a place for action. When you desire something so much, you're going to find a way to get it done. So look at what this fish went on to do. As you can see clearly, it is just a small fish, but now it constructed this thing and it included this belt and it's holding itself. And now it is no longer the prey, but now the predator. Now other fish will see it and run away. This was a fish that used to be afraid of every other fish and usually ran away from every other fish. But just by changing the mindset, deciding not to be the prey, deciding to actually do something with his life, he moved quickly from a prey to a predator. Now you are the person who has to come inside the water to know that it is not a shark. My Nigerians will say, now you go find out. Now you go come inside water, come find out, say, no be a shark. What that means is that you are the one who has to come inside the water to find out that what you're looking at from the outside is not a shark. But to every other person outside, what you're looking at is a shark. That brings me to the conclusion of everything that I'm going to discuss today. And that is the fact that mindset is everything. Mindset is like the fulcrum that holds every life achievement together. Mindset is like the thing, the base where every other thing comes out. Now, someone might say, how can you say mindset is everything? Does it mean there's no place for hard work? Does it mean there's no place for kingdom inheritance? For those of us who are people of faith, like I am, I believe we know that God has given us so much, you know. So someone can say, but God has given me so much. How are you saying that mindset is everything? Does it mean there's no place for association? Now, there's a place for all those other variables. But let me ask you a question. If God has given you blessings and you do not believe it, can you access the blessing? The answer is no. So anything that God gives you, you have to receive it before it becomes your reality. And that is where your mindset comes in. A lot of people believe God, but they are still living below the potential that God has given them, because while God is saying something different, they are believing something different. So God cannot force you to adopt a mindset that will take you from the level where you are to the next level. So that is why I believe that mindset is everything, because everything else will find their roots. Everything else will find a place to function from your own mindset. That's about this slide. Now, moving forward, let's understand what exactly is mindset, because this is like a word that people have used over time. And you know one thing about when a word has been used over time, it tends to kind of either lose its meaning somehow, or it has misinterpretations. Everybody just interprets it their own way because it is now popular. So let's look at what exactly mindset is. Now, there are various ways we can approach this because it manifests in different ways. So we're going to look at it in different angles. And the first way that I want to look at it is that mindset is simply a person's perception about things. Full stop. Anyhow you see things, anyhow you evaluate things, anyhow you accept things, that's exactly what your mindset is. There's no two ways about this. There's no running around this. Perception now means the state of a person's heart. So if you're looking at it, mindset is your perception about things. Now, we can also go forward to describe what mindset is, and we say that mindset is the state of your mind gathered over time. The state of your mind gathered over time. Now, there are certain variables I want us to evaluate in this particular explanation. That is the fact that your mindset is a state. It is a state of your own mind, which has been gathered over time. You know, there's something that people do that I find funny. Sometimes a negative thought comes into your mind and you say, okay, I know this is a negative thought, but let me just think about it. Let me just indulge in this once. I don't know about you, maybe you've never had this experience, but there have been times when maybe a negative thought comes to my mind and I say, okay, let me think about this. Let me just imagine it. Do you know that if you keep imagining or allowing those negative thoughts to come into your mind, it's only a matter of time before they begin to build a house in your mind. And you now discover that over time, you now begin to reason the way that, based on those thoughts that you've been giving precedence over your life. So your mindset is cultivated by the kind of things that you have positioned your mind, the state that you have put your mind over time. Okay? So we can also look at mindset to be a set of belief that shapes how you perceive the world, what you believe in, what you are convinced about. That is your mindset. And finally, on this particular slide, we're going to conclude by saying that mindsets govern everything. The state of your belief that helps you shape how you perceive the world is going to govern your action and is going to also determine your results. Now, the state of your mind, which has been gathered over time, is going to position you to do certain things or not to do certain things, which will finally determine your results. And also the perception you have about things will determine how you relate with those things. Now, why is mindset so crucial? Why are we spending so much time talking about mindset? I mean, we could just forget about it and depend on the grace of God or nature for those who believe that, and then not to think about this mindset thing. Why do we have to consider mindset? There are many reasons to this. And I'll start by saying the mindset is crucial because you are the sum total of your mindset. Take a look at your life today. Everything that you are is because of the kind of mindset you have upheld over time. The opportunities you have taken advantage of, the opportunities that you have lost, the steps that you have taken, the actions that you have taken that have moved you to where you are today, they are a sum total of the kind of mindset you have adapted over time. Take it or take it, okay? So your results are derived from the kind of mindset you adopt. There are no two ways about this. I mean, you can't be engaging this A thought and you think you have B results. A mango, when it is planted, does not produce an orange. It doesn't produce an avocado. It has to produce a mango because what has been planted is a mango seed. That's the same way your mindset is. It works on the principle of garbage in, garbage out. Whatever you put in your mind, that's what you're going to receive. It also works like that of your bank account. Whatever amount you deposit into your account, that's the amount you're going to withdraw whenever you need to. Okay, so this is why mindset is so crucial. Now take a look at the picture on my screen. Now you can see there are letters, alphabets, words written there, and there are connections. Now look at that first one, attitude. Your mindset is going to determine your attitude, or your mindset is the attitude of your heart. And it's going to determine the next thing, which is your behavior. And your behavior is going to determine the kind of action that you're going to exhibit. And whatever action you exhibit is going to lead you to success. I like that this image actually has success here, which means that they believe that you're going to think the right things so that you will become successful. But let's be honest, it's not everyone who ends up being successful. And one of the reasons is because they don't have success thoughts already in their minds, on their minds, okay? So mindset is crucial because that's what actually controls everything that you're going to be in the long run. Now, mindsets are important also because mindsets emit energy. Mindsets emit energy that drives the mind bearer towards a specific outcome. So mindsets emit, excuse me, please. Excuse me. Okay, so yeah. Okay, so there was a slight interruption. Please, Ms. Ifegu, I'd like you to really pay attention to the back end. I keep having these pop-ups that kind of interrupt my presentation. Thank you so much. Okay, so let's continue. Yeah, let's continue. But I need to be sure that I am still being heard. Please, can you still hear me and see me? Please, I need someone to comment. Can you still hear me and see me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you loud and clear, and we can see
Okay,
you.
okay. All right, thank you so much. Okay, so as I was saying, mindsets emit energy that drives the mind bearer towards a specific outcome. There's something that I got to realize a few years ago, and I'm really grateful that I got to realize that thing because it has really gone a long way to help me with my thoughts. That thing is what they call the law of attraction. And the simple explanation of the law of attraction is that as you think about something, the universe attracts what you think about. As you think about that thing, you're going to attract whatever you think about. Now, one of the things that Rhonda Byrne, the person that wrote the book, said is that everything about life operates on a frequency. Everything about life is an energy that operates on a frequency. So when you're thinking about one thing, you're going to attract the corresponding energy on that particular frequency. So it's just like where you want to tune into your radio. You have a particular number, a frequency that you want to tune it into. The moment you type 98.1, for example, for those here, the moment you type it, it's going to bring that particular station to you. So that is how Rhonda Byrne was trying to explain that your thoughts are like energies, frequencies. And the more you think about something, the more you're going to attract that particular thing that you think about. And let me connect it to what I'm saying here on my screen, that your mindset emits an energy that drives the mind bearer towards a specific outcome. So the more you think about this thing, you're going to position yourself to move towards a specific outcome. That's what your mindset does. And as you can see on my screen here, there are only two things two outcomes. It's either your outcome is bad or it is good. There's no lukewarmness, there's no sitting on the fence. So the mindset you uphold will emit a kind of energy that will either be good or bad. And if your energy is bad, definitely you're going to have a bad outcome. The specific outcome that you're going to have is going to be that of a bad one. But if your energy, the energy you're emitting is that of a good one, of course, to bring you a good outcome. So let's move forward. Now, this is another reason why your mindset is very important. That's because people respond consciously or unconsciously from the abundance of their mindset. Now, let me tell you something. Have you ever acted, has something ever happened to you and you didn't even think about it, you just responded immediately? Do you know why you responded the way that you did? The reason is because you have already positioned your mind. You've already contributed, deposited certain thought patterns in your mind. And then when that thing happened, you just had to respond unconsciously. Sometimes people do or say certain things and they come back to say, I didn't mean to say that. I didn't mean to do that. The reason was because unconsciously, there was a time they were exposed to a specific kind of mindset and they didn't bring it down. They didn't change it. They just allowed it to fester. And by allowing it to fester, it entered inside them. So when there was need to respond, it just came up. So this is why you need to be careful of what you think about. Personally, there have been times when certain things happen that I have thought about. There have been times when certain things happen that, for example, recently, God connected me to a client, a very big client who's not even based in Nigeria. And immediately I got that connection. I laughed. I laughed so much because in my mind, there was a time I thought about working with someone from Canada, for example. That's actually the country. There was a time I thought about, I would like to work with someone from Canada. I believe that I have the ability to consult on a book project for someone in Canada. I just thought about it. After thinking about it, I just let it go and I moved on with my life. But one day, just one day, it happened and I was like, I actually thought about this. I actually had the mindset of I can do this. Before I registered my business name in Crush Consult, to be very honest, I thought about it. And when it finally happened, I was like, finally, this thing that I thought about has happened. I thought about it so much, positioned my mind so much to the extent that I actually put a date, like an age that I want to get to do that thing. And guess what? Because I have unconsciously put it inside me, God and the universe collaborated. And do you know what happened? The age that I actually set to be able to do that thing, I've actually done it before that age. So that's why you need to be careful of the kind of thoughts and mindsets that you open yourself to, because you're going to respond consciously or unconsciously from the abundance of that mindset. Now, this is another reason. For every action, there is a corresponding mindset. New mindset will lead you to new results. For everything you do, there's a mindset backing you up. For every action you take, there's a mindset urging you on. For every accomplishment that you have, there's a mindset behind that accomplishment. For every kind of dream that you have, there's a mindset required for that dream. If you don't get the right mindset, it's like a prerequisite. If you don't get the right mindset, you're not going to have that particular result, because this is like a correspondence. Something has to happen for that other thing to happen. Okay, so now let's look at the types of mindsets. It is very important for us to note that there are many kinds of mindset. If you do a little research, you will discover that there are plenty types of mindsets. Okay, but I realized that all these mindsets can just be grouped into two, because to be very honest, it's either your mindset is right or it is wrong. It's either it's positive or it's negative. It's either it's healthy or it's unhealthy. So after my research, I realized that it was just best to merge them into two. And that's the fixed mindset and the growth mindset. And let me tell you something. These two mindsets are very, very interesting, because do you know the truth? I realized that at some point in our lives, we consciously or unconsciously fall into the first one and the second one. We unconsciously fall into a fixed mindset. Let me tell you the truth. Nobody is always operating with a growth mindset. We'll get to understanding what each of them are. But let me just say this before I forget it. Nobody always operates in a growth mindset. We all have our down moments. We all have our trying times. We all have our doubting moments, the moments that we are not sure of ourselves, the moments that it's as if God is not close to us. Now, the problem or the thing is, how fast are you able to move from that fixed mindset to the growth mindset? That is what determines whether you have groomed yourself to work with the growth mindset. So even though the fixed mindset might come up, how quickly do you come out of it? There have been times in my life when I doubted myself so much that I didn't think there was going to be a way. In my business, I was struggling. I'm a writing consultant. And you know that for a writing consultant, my superpower is my brain. Because, well, I write. There were times when I could not even write a sentence. There were times when I could not even see myself achieving the lofty goals, and ambitions that I set for myself. But do you know one thing I've always told myself, which is one thing that has helped me to move from that fixed mindset to a growth mindset? The fact that, Rose, I can actually move. It's okay to be scared. It's okay to doubt. It's okay not to know the way forward, but I don't have to see the full staircase before I take a step. I only have to take one step, and God will carry me on the wings of eagles, and I will soar to the next level. And then I remind myself of all the things that I have said that I'm going to accomplish. And I also remind myself of all the hurdles that I have passed in the past. And I'm like, if I actually passed all these hurdles in the past, then definitely I can do this too. And before you know what is happening, I am switching from this mindset to growth mindset. And sometimes it doesn't always happen so fast. Sometimes it takes a little time. But the thing is that I am still able to bounce from this mindset to the other mindset. So I only said that to explain that no one person always lives in the growth mindset. Okay. Now let's look at what a fixed mindset is. I call it the padlock mindset. And I really love this image right here on my screen because it explains it just by looking at it. This is the padlock mindset. And it is a mindset that believes that intelligence, talent, and other qualities are innate and unchangeable. So it's either you have it or you don't. It does not give room for change or adventure. And it believes that the sum total of everything a person accomplishes came about by luck or are innate. And before we go further, can you take a second and look into your own life? Just be very honest with yourself. Has there been any time when you thought that people who were successful only achieved success because they are lucky? You find people with fixed mindset everywhere, in your office, in your school, at home, in your own family. How do you know a person who has a fixed mindset? We'll still get to that, but it is one way to spot them. People, like maybe you're in the midst of people and you play this question and you say, Dr. Amaka has achieved this particular stride. And if another person says, it's because she's born in a rich family. That is having a fixed mindset. That person is only trying to say that Dr. Amaka was only able to achieve that thing because her family is rich. The person ignored the fact that Dr. Amaka could have worked hard for this. Dr. Amaka could have contributed one way or the other. Dr. Amaka could have pushed herself, because let's face it, it is not every person from a rich family that actually becomes something remarkable. Sometimes people from rich families, not all the time, but sometimes you find them living irresponsibly because they have money, okay? So when you say that Dr. Amaka only achieved that particular stride because her family is rich, that is you having a fixed mindset. You are ignoring the possibility of hard work, the possibility of effort, and you're focusing on it has to be luck. Now, that's not the only thing. There are also other people who practice this fixed mindset in a subtle way. Like they don't even know they are practicing this thing. They make utterances and they just dismiss it. Sometimes they say it's a joke, but it's not a joke. It is because even the joke that you joke came about from the position of your mind. I have this cousin whom anytime I stay close to her, I wonder how anybody can be thinking in that manner. And the funny thing was that she had this fixed mindset so much and she didn't even want to change it. You can be with my cousin, yes, and somebody passes and the person is looking really nice. Maybe the person's clothing is very nice. You like the person's color combination and you say, this person is so nice, so fine. I like her color combination. And my cousin says, it's not that clothes that this person just bought from the backyard. This color combination doesn't even look, it's just because her sister helped her. Now look into your own life. Are you this kind of person? Do you have this kind of mindset? If you do, then you have a fixed mindset. Now there's a litmus test for checking a fixed mindset, because sometimes one thing I realize is that we are always so quick to say, I don't have this mindset. So hey, people, for example, you make a post on Facebook and everybody comes on the post and they're commenting, this is what people do, so terrible, this is so pathetic, people do this, but you still find them doing the same thing. You even see the person who inspired your post commenting and saying, so terrible, how can people be like this? Whereas they are also the culprits of that particular post. So in case you don't know, you're wondering, do I have a fixed mindset? This is just one easy way to find out. I call it the litmus test for a fixed mindset? The first way to know it is that you run from challenges. Are you a kind of person who does not like challenges? I've heard people who told me, I don't want stress, so I want to live a baby girl life. Anything that will stress me, I don't want it. So what you're just trying to say is that you believe that if it is not something that will come to you easily, you don't want it. It is not for you. If this thing will not come easily, it's not for you. But let us be honest, the things that move you from one level to the other are usually things that you find very difficult to do. They are usually things that will stretch you. The first time that I actually consulted for somebody's book project, I cried. I told myself that this thing is not for me. I'm not gonna do this at all. It was actually a ghostwriting work. After I finished it, I said, I am never going to do this again. But guess what? I'm still doing it. And I have written more books and published more books from that particular time. Remember when I said that at some point in our lives, we drift into this mindset, but we bring ourselves back again. That is how you know a person who has truly, a person who is growing with the growth mindset. Even when you fall, you rise quickly. So I had to accept that, well, I am having challenges because I'm doing something. At a point, I had to ask myself, is there anything else that I really know how to do, that I can really put myself and strive? And I realized I'm doing it already. Okay, so if you're a person who runs from challenges to the extent that you don't allow anything that will stress you in your life, check it. You have a fixed mindset, because nothing good in this life comes easily. Nothing good in this life will come to you on a platter. You must do something, and you must leave your comfort zone. Comfort zone is not always a physical location. Sometimes it is a mindset, that mindset of ease, that mindset of, I am going to have it so easily. Yes, I know you believe God and you proclaim an easy life, but sometimes God will let you walk through the wilderness so that you will get to your promised land. If you're a person who will get to the entrance of the wilderness and you say, no, I'm not gonna do this, and you turn back, then you have a fixed mindset, because you must go through that wilderness before you get to your promised land. And the second way is that you avoid opportunities for learning. There are many people who say, I have graduated from school, this whole learning thing, I don't think it is for me. The one I have learned, what have I even used it for? Well, let me leave this thing. I was just speaking with one of such persons recently, and she was like, sometimes I wonder why I went to school. Why do I have to keep learning, even to read this? And I told her, see, you don't go to school solely so you come out and get a job. For me, you go to school for the enlightenment that it will give you and the opportunity to position yourself and also make out something from your own life and for the life of other people. So if you're a person who avoids opportunities for learning, you think learning is stressful, you think this learning thing, when will I'm tired, you have a fixed mindset. Because let me tell you the truth, whatever you know today will not be relevant, may not be relevant in the next 1 year. What am I saying? It may not be relevant in the next 1 day. Like there was a time, let me tell you a short story. I also publish for people on Amazon. Do you know that when I started publishing on Amazon, there were some features that were on the site that today they're no longer there. I have a course, an Amazon publishing course, that I have had to revise because what I said 2 years ago is no longer relevant today. If I still stick to that thing I said 2 years ago, I am going to deny people the opportunity to experience newness. Now, how will I know what's going on in my industry if not by learning? Now I go to Amazon and I discover that new things are coming up. New titles, new features are coming up. Before on Amazon, there was no hardcover opportunity for publishing hardcovers. We could only publish Kindle ebooks and paperback. But now we can publish hardcovers, and to God's glory, I've been able to publish hardcovers by learning. So if you're a person who avoids opportunities to learn, then you are on a long term, because yes, that means you have a fixed mindset. Now, if you're a person who thinks successful people are simply lucky, I've addressed this one already, then you have a fixed mindset, because successful people, even though a person gets successful or a person gets an inheritance that suddenly makes them wealthy, do you know that it takes learning to maintain that wealth? It takes audacious steps to maintain that wealth. So if you think successful people are simply lucky, look behind the scene, look behind the sleepless nights, Look behind the time they cried and wiped their tears. Look to the strategy sessions that they've had. Look at the kind of resources that have invested to get to where they are today. So it cannot be simply by luck. That is for those who even believe luck, okay? Because a great man once said that what we call luck is just preparation, meeting opportunity. So if you think successful people are lucky, think again, you have a fixed mindset. And if you realize something does not come naturally to you, you just leave it alone, even if it's a crucial component of your progress. Then you have a fixed mindset. You know that if you want to become a shoemaker, for example, you must learn how to use the leather. And now you don't like using the leather. And because you don't like using leather, you decide to forget the act of making leather shoes. Then you have a fixed mindset, because to know how to use leather is a component part of your progress. You must know how to use leather if you're going to make a leather shoe by yourself, okay? So if you're someone who finds it difficult to do the things that are crucial to you because you don't want that stress, then you have a fixed mindset. And then if you hate criticism or correction, there are people I know that you can never correct them. They're always right. Whatever you say, they will find a way to tell you that they are right. Those are people that have fixed mindset, because we don't know it all. Every day new knowledge comes up. So you must give other people the opportunity to teach you if they know the way. And sometimes there have been times when I wrote an article and I thought this was so good. And when I show it to somebody, the person says, what is this? Correct this, correct that. Those criticisms actually help me to do better. But if I say I'm not going to show it to anybody, no, I got it right all the time, then that's where there's going to be a problem. Now, if you find it difficult to ask, how can I do better? You check it very well. You might have a fixed mindset, because it means you think you are always right. It means that you think if you don't get it right, nothing else can be done about it. Whereas if you don't get it right, you could ask somebody else and the person will help you. Let me also share another interesting story. About last year, I started learning how to drive. And that was the first time I had driven anything in my life. Even bicycle, I know ride. I didn't ride bicycle as a young girl. That was the first time that I was learning how to drive. And my teacher was my husband. And he was doing everything possible to teach me how to drive, because he's been driving for a very long time. Initially, I was excited. Let's go and do this, driving. I want to go and roll the steering. But after going there the first time, and one time I stepped on the accelerator and the car zoomed off. I was struggling to control it. Thank God he was there. So he helped me. I just smashed the brake and stopped. I came out and I was like, are you sure this driving thing is for me? Shouldn't I just be forming this baby girl and let them just be driving me to anywhere I want to go? But then he encouraged me. And one day I had this bad, I'm going to call it an accident, because no, it's not the kind of accident that we might be thinking about. But then I bumped into something and it was bad. I bashed the car in a very terrible way. And I realized that my problem was that I was trying to do this thing my own way, whereas I don't even know what I'm doing. So I started asking my husband. Each time he corrects me, I would ask him, what can I do better? Sometimes he doesn't even need to correct me. Sometimes he might say, okay, sometimes he might not even say anything. But when we come back to the house, I'll be like, how did I do here? What should I have done better? I noticed that when I was coming out, there was already an oncoming vehicle and I almost hit the vehicle. I had to match the brake. So what can I do better here? And let me tell you the sincere truth. I have gotten much better. I even know I have gotten better, because by God's grace now, I can even drive out on my own unsupervised, although I've not really been doing it that way, but I've gotten much better than the first time that I tried. If I didn't have a mindset that allowed me to accommodate correction or to ask, how can I do better? I would not be able to do that, because once I try it and see that it's not easy, I'll just leave it and say that's it. So the final litmus test for a fixed mindset is, if you're a person who would rather let something valuable go instead of stressing yourself to achieve it, you have a fixed mindset. If you are a person that once something is happening, you see that it is stressful, you're like, no, I don't, just go. Let me just go and rest. That is a sign of a fixed mindset. Now, let me issue a disclaimer, because when I was preparing my slide, this particular idea came to my mind, and I really want to I really want to address it. Growth mindset is not an excuse to spend time pursuing projects that have a dead end. Tell yourself the truth. There are certain things you should not be doing, not because you don't have the ability to pursue them and do them, but because you could use your time and do the other things you should be doing. For example, as a growing girl, I liked to sing. And I liked the fact that many people around me were singers. So because they were singers, I decided that I was going to be a singer. I did not take time. I didn't want to pay attention to the fact that I was an amazing writer and I was an amazing speaker. Instead, I wanted to be a singer. I spent time trying to become a singer, whereas I was overlooking the things that I was naturally good at. It took me self-discovery before I realized that, yes, I have the ability to sing, but there are other things that I have more skill. I can focus on those things while giving my singing a little opportunity, because I can't do everything at the same time. Now I still sing, but not like I'm not making money from singing. I'm not employed by my microphone as a singer. I'm employed right now from my work as a writing consultant. If I had spent time trying to perfect singing skill, whereas I could be doing this thing that I'm already naturally good at, then you see that there would have been a problem. So why I'm saying don't be a person who doesn't like to grow. I'm not saying you should go and be pursuing something that you could be doing other things that will do better for you, instead of trying to be something that you need to put a lot of effort and will not lead you anywhere. So you should consider the outcome of everything that you want to do, because even growth mindset will encourage you to prioritize your needed skills. Eyes on the goal, focus. So let's look at the second one, which is the growth mindset. I'm trying to run because I'm looking at my time and it's already fast. So the growth mindset is the one I call the seed mindset. As you can see this beautiful picture on my screen, it is governed by the concept and acceptance of change. It believes in possibilities. The growth mindset is the mindset that gives space, gives the opportunity for new knowledge to be acquired. It gives the opportunity for new things to be learned. It gives you the opportunity to explore along needed skills. That is simply what the growth mindset is. Now let's look at the differences between a growth mindset and a fixed mindset. Now the blue one is the growth mindset, as we can see, while the other one, the ash one or the gray one, is the fixed mindset. So a person with a growth mindset will say failure is an opportunity to grow. Let's say they are doing something and they fail. They try something and they fail. A person with a fixed mindset will say failure is the limit of my abilities. Like, I failed. No, I'm not doing this thing again. I have failed. Whereas a person with a growth mindset will say, I failed. This is an opportunity for me to grow. What did I not do right that made me fail? What could I have done better that made me fail? When I wrote my post-GME exam, my JAMB exam to get into the university, I had never done anything twice that I was supposed to do once in my life. But when I went for that JAMB, I passed my JAMB, but I didn't get admission. So I was so discouraged, and thank God for good association. What I did was, by virtue of the kind of counsel that I had gotten from my association, I came back and I asked myself, why did I not get admitted? It's not possible. Why? Something must have gone wrong. What is that thing I didn't do right? If I had said, I am me, I did not get admission, I'm not trying, this school thing is not for me, school now scam, I'm not doing this school thing again just because I didn't get admission, then I wouldn't have been where I am today. So a person with a growth mindset also says, I can learn to do anything I want. They acknowledge the fact that they can learn anything they want to do that is needed to be done. They can learn it. Whereas a person with a fixed mindset says, I'm either good at it or I'm not. So if I'm not good, naturally good at this thing, and it is something I need, I'm not going to keep doing it because I'm naturally not good at it. Now, the growth mindset says, challenges help me to grow. My efforts and attitudes determine my abilities. Feedback is constructive. I am inspired by the success of others. I like to try new things. Now, the growth mindset puts the responsibility in your own hands. It makes you responsible for the outcome of your life. It makes you responsible for the outcome of your dreams. Whereas the fixed mindset makes you blame other people. You think there's something out there that is fighting me. You think there's someone out there that is responsible for my failure. It is not my business. I did everything I'm supposed to do. It's just something that they are doing to me that made it not to work. So a fixed mindset says, I'm either good at it or I'm not. My abilities are unchanging. I don't like to be challenged. I can either do it or I can't. My potential is predetermined. When I'm frustrated, I give up. Feedback and criticism are personal. I stick to what I know. That is what a fixed mindset says. And that's the difference between a fixed mindset and a growth mindset. Now, what are some of the mindsets that aid dreams and those that impede dreams? I placed these two beautiful lady heads, or clip art here, to explain these mindsets. The one you can see clearly, there's a growth mindset and there's a fixed mindset. So the growth mindset aids you, allows you to dream because it gives you freedom to dream. It gives you freedom to dream anything because now you know that you are responsible for the outcome of your life. So it gives you the freedom to dream. Whereas the fixed mindset limits you. It limits you by taking every odd responsibility and placing it on somebody else, whereas you are just okay. So that's how it limits you. And then a growth mindset gives you the freedom by allowing you to persevere in the face of failures, by showing you that effort is required to build new skills, by showing you that inspiration can be found in other people's success. So you don't have to compete with other people on their success. You don't have to be envious or jealous of somebody's success. You can actually let it be an inspiration for your own success. And then it lets you embrace, it also allows you to embrace challenges, and it allows you to accept criticism, and also gives you the desire to learn and allows you build abilities. That is why it aids you in dreaming. Now, a fixed mindset limits you by making you avoid challenges, making you give up easily, making you threatened by other people's success. There are many people that when they see that their friends are succeeding, they become threatened. They're like, if this person keeps succeeding, what will be my fate? But the truth is that the sky is big enough to accommodate everybody. All you have to do is to bring out your own talent, and I bring out my own, and we can find a way to just coexist, even if we're doing the same thing. So a fixed mindset gives you that desire to look smart. You want to be the smartest person in your room, so you don't want to learn. You don't want to learn by joining other associations. You want to be the smartest person in the room. And then it tells you that your effort is fruitless because if it's not there, it's not there. And then it makes you ignore feedback, and it gives you fixed abilities. Now, as you can already tell from everything that we have discussed, the mindset of dreamers is the growth mindset. Because on your way, as you're dreaming of all the things that you want to accomplish, you will experience a bottleneck at some point. You might experience challenges at some point. But one thing that will keep you pushing is the fact that you have a growth mindset, that you can say, you know what, I failed this time, but I am going to learn something from it and I'm going to move on. That is what will take you from the level where you are now to the level that you want to be, even in your business as an entrepreneur. The growth mindset will help you to take necessary risks. It will help you to enter some associations, join networks that ordinarily you may not want to join. And the reason you're joining those networks is because you know that you need those connections to move to the next level of your business. So growth mindset is the mindset of dreamers. Guess what? A growth mindset is possible. It is possible for you to develop a growth mindset. It is possible for you to operate on the basis of a growth mindset. And that's why I'm here today, to show you how I was able to move myself, or when I find myself encountering or experiencing this fixed mindset, how I quickly switch. That is what I am here to tell you. And as this lady on my screen is jumping up in excitement, that's how you're going to jump up in excitement too if you practice everything that I'm going to share with you in this next slide. How to develop a growth mindset. How exactly will you develop this growth mindset? The first way is to identify fixed mindset triggers and deliberately engage them. See, nothing happens for nothing. You cannot just begin to think have a growth mindset suddenly, magically. You must shatter the tables that have long existed before you can introduce a new one. So identify the things, the thoughts that trigger your fixed mindset. One example is competition. Some people are triggered, some people's fixed mindsets are triggered in the face of competition. So the moment they sense a competition, they start saying, no, this competition is not for me. Identify competition as the first trigger that you have. And what you're going to do with that competition is that you're going to deliberately engage it. This is just like a person who is swimming and you encounter a wave. You're not going to say, because I've encountered this wave, bye, I'm going back to my house. When you notice that the wave is your first point of mindset, a fixed mindset, the moment you sense the waves coming, you prepare and you dive in. So that same way, you identify competition as a mindset trigger, fixed mindset trigger, and you prepare. Once you sense competition rising, engage in that thing that you would have run away from. Now, the second way is to focus on outcome more than process. Now, process is important, outcome is important, but I want you to document and enjoy your process, but be driven by the outcome of your thought pattern or activity. Now, here's why. If you focus so much, if you're a person who has been living with fixed mindset and now you want to move to growth mindset, if you focus on the process, you might not be able to, because the process will tell you that it is stressful. If somebody brings an opportunity to you, you begin to see stress, you begin to feel tired. But if you focus on the outcome, what am I going to be at the end of this opportunity? One of the things that helps me is that when somebody brings a tedious work, a book project to me, I just think about it. How will it be when this book is finally out and I'm holding it in my hands and I'm like, this is my brain work. This is one of the things that God has used me to do for this person. As a ghostwriter, God has used me to write this thing for this person. How will I feel? What will I feel like? That is the outcome. So when I'm about to give up, I remember that outcome and I'm like, no, let me keep going, because if I give up now, I will not have that outcome. So focus on the outcome. Document the process, enjoy the process, but put your attention on the outcome. Now, replace negative thoughts with the direct opposite. Whenever you sense a negative thought coming up in your mind, change it and think the opposite. If you are called up on stage to address people and you're feeling so shy, you're like, you want to say your mind is telling you, I cannot do this public speaking thing. Tell yourself, I can do it. Change the opposite, say the opposite and go ahead. Don't give it time. Don't wait, don't rest. Go ahead on and do that particular thing. Now, consciously develop a set of powerful affirmations. I wish I can turn the camera around and show you the wall here. Just very close to me. I have my own affirmations there. So when I am doing anything, I'm doing my eyes. Sometimes God has really used it to really help me to change, to move from a fixed mindset to a growth mindset. Because let's say, because it is close to my my closet. So let's say I am picking clothes from my closet and I'm feeling so bad, so dejected. My mind is telling me, you can't do this, you can't. As I'm just picking the clothes, I look around. My eyes goes to one quote, one affirmation on my wall. And when I read it, I'm like, I'm a powerful woman. I am very powerful. God has given me everything. I am the person that God has shown mercy. It helps me to quickly, move from that fixed mindset to the growth mindset, because there's something on my wall that is helping me. So you too, develop some powerful, not random affirmation, very powerful affirmations that are targeted, that address critical areas of your life, and keep them handy. Because as you go on this journey of dreaming, you're going to need them. Now, see, the next thing you need to do is that you need to make peace with your past. Some of us were born into families where we were told we can never amount to anything because of our background. Some of us were born into environments that the only thing we saw were eyesores. There was nothing inspiring. So we grew up thinking that was all life had to give us. Now you know there's so much life can give you. I am an example and a living testimony of the fact that there's so much more to life. I was so young. As a matter of fact, I was 8 years old when my mother died. It was so terrible. I had terrible negative experiences, and I could have let them stop me, But if I had let them stop me, I would not have published books for international clients. I would not be earning in foreign currencies as God gives me the grace. I would not be married to the amazing man I am married to now. I would not have the amazing son and more children on the way. And definitely, I will not be here talking to you today. But I am here because I said, you know what? Yes, I was born in a terrible background. And I also had terrible experiences. But those things are in my past. And they are preparing me for the future that God has for me. So I'm going to put all that in the background and let them be my roots that will shoot me into my skies, and not let them be a padlock that will hold me from achieving my own zenith. You too can do that. So make peace with your past. Write down all the negative things that have happened to you, all the negative thoughts that have happened that you've been exposed to, and do what I did at some point. I set them ablaze and I watched them burn. And I said, they are burning, and now I'm a new creature. Coupled with my salvation, I can do all things now. And then the next thing I want you to do is to consciously subject yourself to superior knowledge, environment, and association. Superior knowledge begets superior thoughts and mindsets. See, you cannot fly or soar with the eagles and you still think like a pigeon. You cannot soar with eagles and still think like a pigeon. You cannot, I repeat, walk with lions and still think you're a cat. You will be like the people you always associate with. Find role models. Enter into circles where a big amount of money are being mentioned. Enter into circles where people are doing the impossible. Anything you think is the impossible, go and find somebody doing it and begin to get closer to them. And you see yourself with time thinking like them, because iron sharpens iron, so my Bible tells me. So expose yourself to superior knowledge. Sometimes there are people I'll just go and search their names on Instagram or wherever. As I just said, I'm just looking at their pictures. See, I am looking at them. I am a very detailed watcher. What I mean is, when I'm looking at something, I look from your hair, look how your eyes are looking, your face, how smooth your skin is, how smooth your skin is, how everything is going, how your skin is smooth, your clothes is nice, you look amazing. I look at all those things. And do you know why I'm looking at them? I am trying to put myself into that. I too can be like this. I too can do this. I too can do that. So you too should begin to do that, because superior knowledge, superior environment, superior association, they are going to beget superior mindset. It's only a matter of time before you begin to look like what you have been beholding. Because even the Holy Scriptures say that as we keep beholding, we are transformed into what we behold. So as you keep consciously subjecting yourself, you are transformed into what you are always viewing. And finally, challenge yourself. See all these things I'm saying, they will end up being motivational speaking to you if you don't take action. Challenge yourself. I told myself that this year is my year of taking audacious steps. Audacious steps in everywhere. One thing I realized was that I was doing a lot of work, but I wasn't paid so much before because I was scared of calling my worth. So when somebody asks, how much do you charge for this? I am like, let them not say this guy in Nigeria is charging in dollars. This guy in Nigeria is charging in Canadian dollars. This guy is charging in pounds and euros. Let me just tell them, no. Hello, if I do good work, I deserve to be paid for that. So I am taking that challenge upon myself. So there are many things that I would not naturally do. Somebody contacted me for a job that I would not naturally, I would say, you know what, no, let me don't forget about this. But I said I would do it because I am challenging myself. So think about the things that you think are impossible and begin to deliberately put yourself in that position. And that is how I get to end this particular session today. Everything is possible. A growth mindset is possible, but the ball is in your court to decide what to do with this beautiful information you have received today. Thank you so much. If you have questions, I will be so glad to take them now.
Wow. the temperature of the room has increased. The temperature of the room has increased, and at some point I was just even though I'm sitting under the fan, I've just been sweating, and I've been wondering what's going on, and it's been no other person except Mrs. Rose Joseph Ome. It's been amazing. It's been amazing. It's been terrifying. Wow, electrifying. It's been mindset shifting. Okay, so I love the fact that you made an adjustment to the topic, the mindset of actionable dreamers. Right? When you made mention of that, I was like, wow, that's it. Because it's not enough to be a dreamer. You need to be an actionable dreamer. You need to be an actionable dreamer. You know, our keynote speaker, Mrs. Priscilla, when she was speaking, she defined the theme Dare to Dream as having a vision and the courage to pursue it. Having a vision and the courage to pursue it. Having a vision and the courage to pursue it. So it doesn't just end with you dreaming. You have to pursue. You have to pursue it. You have to pursue it. Just about any fool can dream. Just about anyone can dream. Okay, just about anyone can dream. But what differentiates dreamers from achievers is simply what the actions they take. What differentiates dreamers from achievers is simply a lot of times.
Yes, I can.
Okay.
I can hear you. So there are two hands up.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Okay. All right. So we have two persons who wants to ask questions. Okay. We have Zaga. Zaga wants to ask question again. Zaga, I hope it's not like the first question you asked. Okay. And then we have Rose Ugo. She also wants to ask questions. So we'll take the questions they want to ask quickly. In your response, I would like you to be quick with them, because we have the next speaker also in the room ready to jump right in. Okay, so Zaga, if you can hear me, unmute yourself and ask your question, please, straight to the point. Okay, Zaga is joining us from Namibia. Zaga, unmute yourself and ask your question straight to the point. Okay, so if Zaga is not ready, Rose will go.
Good
Ask your
evening.
question.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you again, Mrs. Rose, for your presentation. By chance, we happen to be namesakes, so I'm grateful to be participating in this and hearing you speak, excuse me. So mine is not necessarily a question, but more like applying what you have taught us already. Normally, I would attend things like this, and even if we're given the opportunity to speak, I wouldn't say what is on my mind. So this time around, I just want to take a shot at it and see what could come out of it. So you've advised us to get ourselves into circles of people who are excelling, people who are doing well, people who are doing what we would want to do, basically. And I want to know how possible it would be for someone to access you outside after this webinar, because I'm also a writer. I write as well as I do other things. I have experience in blog writing, in academic writing, CV and cover letter writing as well. I would love to see how we could possibly work together and achieve something together, if that's okay by you.
Okay. Thank you so much. That's very okay by me. Yes. I don't know. How can Ms. Ifegu, how can I can just leave my details?
Okay. So for all those that want to connect with the speakers, yes, by the end of the conference, we'll collect the details and the contact details of all the speakers on the conference, and we'll send to everyone that is registered for the conference. We'll send it across to your email, So you get the details in your email and be able to connect with them. All right. So Zaga, quickly. Zaga, you can ask your question now, Zaga. Zaga from Namibia, you can ask your question now. Okay. There is a question from.
I think Zaga is up.
Okay, Zaga, go ahead. Okay, why Zaga? So there is a question. There is a question here from Lina Amwalwa. She said, how can one maintain a positive growth mindset amidst discouragement and doubt from those close to them, family, friends, etc., especially when what one aspires to accomplish hasn't been done in their family before. So how can one maintain a positive and a growth mindset amidst discouragement and doubt from those close to them, especially when what one aspires to accomplish hasn't been done in their family before?
I am the first person in my family to okay. I am the first person in my family to have actually gone to the university and made something out of it. In a corresponding order, I am the second person to go to a university, but the first person that went to the university, it was better she didn't go. I am the first person in my family to ever earn in a foreign currency, ever. I am the first person in my family to learn how to drive. When I say I was born in a terrible environment, you better believe me. But you see, the outcome of what my life will be is in my hands. My father and my mother, they've given birth to me, and there's nothing else they can do. If they do more, they will try. I dropped out from school in junior secondary school because my father could not pay my school fees that was below 2,000 naira. I dropped out for a very long time. I couldn't go to school. I hawked things on this my fine head. The first time I bought a luxury bag and a wig, I danced because that was the beginning. Like that was like me. I didn't have clothes to wear in the university. I stayed hungry for days. Sometimes my roommates were feeding me. Although I was still doing in Yanga, if you see me with my phone, you will not know. But if I had said, I am in the midst of disappointment and discouragement, what can I do? I will pity myself and I will end up wishing I had taken the chances that I took. When I gained admission to go to the university, my father asked me, who would train you in school? Who told you? How dare you? Who sent you to go and write that thing? Okay, you have written it. I go and sponsor yourself. People from my family asked me, do you have anybody who has told you I will sponsor you? But I realized that there are two types of regrets we can have in this life. It's either two types of pain we can have in this life. It's either we have the pain of discipline or the pain of regrets. So I'd rather manage, stayed hungry. Right now, there are certain kinds of food I don't like to eat because they remind me of the old days. But now I can choose what I want to eat. So the only simple way that you can stay committed or stay with a positive mindset, irrespective of your family, is to understand the bigger picture. What's the bigger picture that you want to accomplish? When you finally push through and you get to that point, the person who is handed the trophy is you, just like an athlete who is running a race. The trophy is given to them before they can turn around and say hello to their families. So the easiest way to be self-motivated, it's okay to feel down, it's okay to be discouraged, but if there's nobody in your family who has done that thing, then it means you are the first person to start. And by doing that thing, you give other people the permission to do that thing that they wouldn't have done if you did not rise. I don't know if I answered that question.
Obviously, you answered that question. You answered that question. So, because of our time, we won't be taking the question from Zaga because of time. because of time, we'll be taking the question from Zaga. Zaga, please do bear with us. Because of time, we'll be taking that question, and you may share the question in the group for participants that we have, and I will do well to relay the question to Mrs. Rose and then get her response for you. Okay, so please, because of our time, we won't be able to take any more questions on this particular session. So, however, if any other person has questions, please do wait. When we are done with all of the sessions, we'll have time to ask questions, make comments, and do every other thing that we need to do.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Do every other thing that we need to do.
No.
Yeah. Okay, so thank you very much, Mrs. Rose Joseph Ume. You know, while you were answering the last question, I remember the nickname you used to have, the head corrector. You know, I don't know why I don't know why you dropped that. I don't know why you dropped that, but I think it would be nice to have it come back again. But that's your decision. Okay, that's your decision. Okay. So while you were speaking, that nickname kept ringing a bell in my head. Okay, so thank you very much. It's been an amazing time. It's been an amazing time with you. Thank you very much. And my regards to baby A and your husband. Thank him for me for for
My
keeping
pleasure.
baby A, for keeping baby A quiet while you speak. All right.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, so our next speaker is in and ready to roll. Our next speaker is in and she's ready to roll. She's ready to roll. So if you are ready, she's ready. So our next speaker, the next speaker we are going to be having, who is going to, like I said, is going to be building on what we've started already. Okay, now if you pay attention to the conversation, you will notice that every of those sessions has been building on the previous one. Okay, the first session we had was the keynote session, and it laid a foundation for our understanding of the theme Dare to Dream. And the second session, it talks about the mindset of actionable dreamers, and it built on the foundation that has been laid already. Okay, so, and this third session that we are going to have, okay, is going to continue building on what has been built already. And we are privileged to have joining us for this third session Miss Sylvia Ache. Miss Sylvia Ache is the one that is going to be taking this next session. Okay, and Ms. Sylvia Ache is a highly skilled human capital development consultant with a passion for entrepreneurship, youth development, and skill development. She provides customized solutions and she is committed to achieving long-term program success through practical problem solving. As a seasoned professional, Sylvia has held leadership and advisory positions in multiple development initiatives, leveraging her expertise in business development, program management, training, and strategy. She is the founder of both the I Grow Global Foundation, which focuses on fostering positive transformation through skill building and community engagement. And she is also the founder of Silverline Gold Beans Consultancy Limited, a social enterprise that provides tailored business development. And support services to MSMEs in Africa. So, ladies and gentlemen, Sylvia Ache is going to be speaking to us on the topic, building yourself for your dreams. Building yourself for your dreams. Building yourself for your dreams. So, ladies and gentlemen, join me as I welcome Miss Sylvia Rowley Ache.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. Can you hear me? Hi. Good evening, everyone. Happy New Month and happy International Women's Month. Yay! Please let me know if you can hear me. Say something. Just say hi. I can hear you in the comment section. Hello, Victor. It's good to see your ever smiling face this evening. And I must say that I've enjoyed, from the time I joined fully, I must say that I've enjoyed every minute of this session, and especially Rose's session. I felt like, are you sure I should even say something? Maybe I should just take all the nuggets and vanish. Let me go and use them for my life. You never can stop learning. You never can stop, relearning, warming the foods, microwaving and all that. It's already cooked, but sometimes you need to keep it hot. And Rose reminded me that I need to keep pushing. I need to keep working on myself. I need to, keep doing what I love, because that's what has kept me going over the years. And it's such a privilege to be here to share my own experience, to share the little I know, and to learn from the questions you might have prepared for me this evening. So if we're ready, can we start? In fact, can we continue from where Rose stopped? Rosie, if you're still on the call, I want to appreciate the fact that you shared a lot of personal details with us. When you mentioned that you the first graduate in the house to earn in foreign currency, I was like, yay, that's a goal. That's a goal somebody should aspire to. It may sound like, oh, nothing, or maybe we've been earning in foreign currencies before, but counting it as something big, it's something, because as you work on your goals, as you work on your different achievements, celebrating these small successes that come helps a lot. So well done, Rosie. And I'm inspired to share some of my personal experience, and I'm hoping to, ginger somebody tonight, motivate someone to keep pushing and to start if you haven't started on that particular dream. So what I'll be talking about is, dreams basically. And as a young person, how to build yourself for your dream, like the steps you take towards building yourselves for your dreams. Me personally, I want to say that I'm still learning. I'm still very young. I'm in my 30s, but I'm young in terms of this growth phase, in terms of career building, professionalism. I'm still learning. I have a lot to learn, but I am not where I am 5 years ago. I have grown. When I say I have grown, I've been able to work on some steps. I've been able to achieve some little successes. I've been able to set up some things in place for that big dream that I've always had since as young as I was, as I could tell that, okay, this is what I want to make my life, my mission in life all about. So building yourself for your dreams. It sounds big, sounds like plenty grammar. At the same time, sounds like, oh, okay, 1 or 2 steps, but it's very strategic. It's something that you need to be 100% focused on, intentional about, serious about, proactive about, because opportunities will come. Other times, the opportunities will not come. You have to do things that will bring about these opportunities. You have to step out of what you already know to learn what you don't know, to position yourself for that big dream you're aspiring to be. So the agenda for tonight, we just have four blocks, and it's going to build up on each one. So the first one is defining your dream. One thing is to have a dream, but you need to be sure what this dream is, or what are these dreams and the steps to take. Then the next one is your strengths and your weaknesses. What are those things that will help me get to where I'm going to faster? What are those things that are roadblocks, bottlenecks that are holding me back, and how do I navigate? How do I overcome them? Then planning for the success. How do I plan irrespective of the challenges, the setbacks? Life happens, but the plan, what do I keep myself, checkmate with what keeps me going, irrespective of how life turns out to be. Then finally taking action. Okay, I have a plan. I've defined my dream or my many dreams. I know the strengths and I don't know my weaknesses. The plan is set. Taking action. How do I go about it? What do I need to ensure that my actions are in line with all the steps? So we're diving into defining your dreams. Now I'm going to share a little story of mine. I finished my first degree. I'm a graduate of UNIBEN. I did my master's there as well. But I finished my first degree. I did microbiology, general microbiology. I'm among those persons who applied for dentistry, but didn't get it due to cut of mark. So I did general microbiology. But while in school, I decided that it's just the first step towards what I want to become. I'm interested in health. I'm interested in leadership. I'm interested in communications. I'm interested in interactions with people. I'm interested in networking. But then I didn't understand how to put it together. I didn't realize that it's human capital that I'm interested in. I'm passionate about development and all the works that has to do with developing oneself, growth, personal growth, and collaborating with teams to ensure that people's life are impacted, social impact. Then the words were not there, but I knew these were the things I was passionate about. So aside studying the microbiology course, I ensured that I involved myself in social activities. So I joined the Parako, we call it Parako at UNIBEN. I joined my tribes. I'm in Shakiri by tribe. I joined my tribe's school association, and I was the assistant secretary general before I left. I was the star dancer for the cultural group before I left. Those things were intentional, partly because I love to dance, partly because I wanted to, interact with my kinsmen, and most importantly, because I wanted to build my leadership skills. I wanted to build my networking skills. I wanted to build my communication skills outside the classroom, outside my family at home. I want to learn, I want to interact with people. I cannot do all the courses. I cannot pay for all the courses, actually, but I could learn by interacting and working, collaborating with people. So I did that, and I even proceeded to become the vice president of my department for my set. I was the only female in that team. I was the only lady. We were 12 executives. I was the only lady among these men. And luckily for me, because I grew up with so many brothers, I have 7 brothers. It wasn't a big deal. I'm the eldest child. So it wasn't a big deal handling or being in a team with only guys. It didn't feel weird, but learning leadership, learning how to collaborate with people, learning how to manage emotions, learning how to negotiate and, strategize, stakeholders analysis, knowing what and who to, that was the foundation for me. So aside school, those were the things I positioned myself for. And at that time, it didn't seem like one big deal. It just seemed like, people are bookworm or overzealous, people are looking for political position and all that. But no, it wasn't just for the CV alone, but because I needed to build these skills. When I finished school, after 7, I came back to Warri and I applied for a role, a project officer role, which was what I was interested in. So while learning how to work with a professional team in an NGO space, I also had the opportunity to work with, civil servants. So that was another lesson on its own. I also learned how to work with secretaries, a CEO and all that. I was 27 then, my first job ever. So this was me positioning myself for what I already aspired to do. And I got that question of, you did microbiology, why are you here? You people that will go and read any course, because, but I was intentional about it. And when I was asked then, and if you ask me today, I'll still tell you, I'm not practicing because I've not gotten all the skills I feel I need to get. And practicing is not for me to work for someone. Practicing is for me to give back to my community at this point. So it was a good opportunity to learn how to work in a professional team. at the same time, it's I got an opportunity to work with the Nokia phones. Then it was Nokia, Microsoft. They're selling the Lumia devices then. So I got a sales role, a sales representative role, and I took it. It was totally out of what I was used to or what I was, what I've learned in school. But it was an opportunity to learn how to sell, opportunity to learn how to pitch, an opportunity to learn how to do marketing without going to school, without doing an online course. It was like hands-on experience. So why am I saying this? I already defined the dream I wanted, and I knew that there were goals that I needed to meet, there were skills I needed to get, and I sought for the fastest, the most practical ways to achieve these goals of mine, to get the skills I needed. So I pushed into working with different people, different groups, different organizations, different work, different kind of teams. And that's really helped. So while working at Nokia, I did that for about 4 years, roughly. While working at Nokia, I was able to build my communication skills to a very large extent. But then it was called customer service. So you can imagine the lack of clarity. The clarity then wasn't so sharp. It wasn't laser sharp, but I had an idea and I knew these were the steps to take. Then I didn't even understand what online courses were. I don't know if there were online courses or trainings such as this online, or meetings such as this. Nope. All I knew was there were skills I needed to get, and working with a team of people would help a lot. Hands-on experience, it was a good move for me, and that really helped me to achieve this goal. And today, 2023, I'm proud to say that I've worked for 9 years. It sounds like a lot of time for me, because I remember when I started, and it seemed like, hey God, when am I going to, like, it's so far. The journey, the goal is big, and the journey is so far. And that you can't skip steps. If you want to do it right, if you want to lay a proper foundation, you can't skip some steps. And I was like, where will I start from? It's so big. It looks so cumbersome. It looks so hard. And I wasn't really surrounded by persons who had this mindset that I had. Most of my friends then just wanted to survive, and worry. So breakthrough in terms of the networking started happening when I moved to Edo State. So that's my personal story in terms of defining your dream. You need to, next slide, please. You need to, can we move to our next slide now? Thank you. Great, thank you so much. So defining your dream, just have 5 simple steps, right? For your dream, you need to, it's a cherished aspiration, something that you've always wanted, something you're passionate about, something you desire to be. When you look at yourself and when you're 45, where you want to be, how you want to live your life, how you want to operate with people, how you want to interact, the impact for yourself and your family, that's what you're looking at, and you're thinking, okay, how do I get to that point, that picture that I see? For instance, you want to be the owner of a food manufacturing company, for instance, and that's your big dream, a big factory somewhere in the hottest states in Nigeria. Lagos it is for now, but let's use Ogun State. And your goal is to be selling the best cookies in Nigeria. You can bake, or you have passion for baking, and you know that you need to learn how to begin to make money from that talent and all that. So these are dreams, these are aspirations, hope, desire, Then it's an idea, it's a vision, something that God showed you, something that's when you sleep, when you wake up, when you daydream, that's what comes to your mind. That's what the dream is about. So you need to define what it is. It can be a very short or long-term dream. It can be big, can be small. A small dream can be, by the end of this March, I want to save 1,000 naira. That's it. So it's it's small money. And you can even save it tonight. But I'm just saying that's how some dreams can be small. You know, the dream can be very overwhelming. By the end of this year, you want to make $1 billion. It's also a dream, can be very big, can be short term. Between March and April, I want to do a LinkedIn course on communications and get certified. Short term. It can be a long term. I want to have my PhD in the next 5 years. By 2028, I want to have my PhD from Harvard. Very long-term dream. It can be related to career, like I've been giving examples, can be related to relationships. I remember I had a conversation with Victor in December, and we talked about marriage. We were talking about goal setting, and the example that we used was getting married by the month of September. So it can be a dream about a relationship goal. It can be a personal growth. For me, this year, I'm very heavy on personal growth. And one of the things I've set out to achieve by the end of this year is to learn the modern makeup ways. It may sound funny or vain, but it's a personal growth for me if I can do my own makeup by myself, like the modern style makeup. Yeah. So your personal dream can be something, maybe I want to lose weight, I want to add weight, maybe I want to do a course online, maybe I want to travel to 2 states in another region of Nigeria. I want to visit Ghana. I want to visit Nigeria. For those of you who are not in Nigeria, I want to have a conversation with somebody who is very famous, for instance, Elon Musk, or you want to see Victor face to face. Those can be dreams, right? But the most important thing is, no matter the dream, no matter how big, how small, whatever it is, the goal is how to get to that point. And dreams can evolve. You can start by saying, I'm saving 1,000 naira by the end of March. And by the 29th of March, you have saved 50,000 naira. And by the end of March, which is 31st, you would have saved 100,000 naira. So the dreams can start small and can evolve, can change over time, can even change to other things. It can even, change from one chosen path completely different to something else. Like I said, I wasn't given admission for dentistry. That was the initial dream I had when going to university. And by the time I tried 3 times and I was only getting microbiology, I was like, okay, what is my dream? It wasn't just to do dentistry. I want to be in the health sector. And I can do that through microbiology. I can always go back and do dentistry if I feel that's where the goal is. I want to be in the health sector, and the microbiology certificates can still do the job for me. So the dreams can change. There are persons who started pharmacy then. I have friends who started pharmacy, and along the line they switched. Along the line they switched to something else. They came to my department. Some of them even went to engineering. So it depends on what you're looking to achieve. The most important thing is you have to identify it, because that's the first step. When you identify it, then you know that the next step is to see the pros and cons, the challenges you might face, and how to jump those hurdles. And this brings me to the next slide for strengths and weaknesses. If we can have our slides up, please. Thank you so much, Victor. You're doing a great job. And if you can hear me, please say something. I like to see interactions on the comment section as I'm talking. Yes. Okay, so we want to have our next slide. Thank you, Chibundu, for acknowledging. We want to have our next slide for weaknesses and strengths. Yes. The next slides, please. Okay. Okay, so thank you. I almost forgot this. I like to share quotes when I'm having sessions because they inspire a lot. There's power in the tongue, and when you listen to words, some quotes, sometimes it's all you need for that motivation, for that ginger to move on. So this is a favorite one of mine. Don't watch the clock. Do what it does. Keep moving. I'm sharing this now because we want to go to strengths and weaknesses. And I'm going to explain further why I'm sharing these quotes now, because the journey of life is not smooth. It's like a wave. It goes up, it comes down, it goes up. That's how life is designed. It's not perfect. It's not perfectly bad. It's not perfectly good. What you need to ensure that you do, no matter the stage you are, whether the smooth riding part or the turbulent part, is to keep pushing, not to resign your fate or to slack off, if you get what I'm saying. So if we can have our next slide now. We want to talk about weaknesses and strengths and why we need to keep moving like the way the clock is ticking. Yes, what could be holding you back? Yeah, we have a dream, or we have dreams, so we have identified our dreams already. And what are the strengths that we have that can keep us moving for such dreams? I'm a staunch crusader for communication skills. Why? Because I have seen over the years how important this is, how these have saved jobs, saved relationships, saved lives, saved career, saved my life. I know what I'm talking about. There are issues that I've encountered in the past, and what saved me was just the manner at which I handled communication with the persons involved in such scenarios that I had. So for your strengths, you need to identify the strengths that you have, that you already know. You might call it talent, you might call it gifts, but what are those things you already know that you can do when you're at home, when you're with people, those things that come naturally to you, those things that you do without effort, that you can do. Are you always the person to take initiative when you're in a team? Are you always a person that comes up with awesome ideas? Are you always a person that looks for the loophole? What could go wrong? What could go wrong? Are you the person that, are you the life of the party? Anytime there's a gathering, you're the one gingering everybody. Are you the kind that mediates or try to settle conflicts wherever you find yourself? Or in any gathering, are you somehow found to be the leader of the team, whether you wanted it or not? For this leadership ability, I'm going to share a little story. So every group I find myself, somehow I find myself leading, whether I wanted it or not. Something as tiny as going to a catering school for 3 months, and all kinds of persons, different mindset, different academic knowledge and experience, different age, you know, married, unmarried, young, old. I was young, I was not married. So it was a team, 28 of us. It was intimidating to be there. Some were already professionals, they were just relearning or picking new skills. And somehow I was picked as the class rep. I did not say anything in that class that day. I don't know how it fell on my laps. It just happened. Probably because I sat down and I was listening. Or maybe somebody heard me talking when I was registered. I don't know how. And I remember rejecting, like I came here to learn how to cook very well. What took me there was learning how to make fried rice, but I learned a whole lot. Trust me, it was on scholarship too. But my point is, even in the smallest of teams or in the strangest of gatherings that you would not want to be identified as a leader, sometimes it just falls on you. Are you that kind of person? I just finished from the National Broadcast Academy in December. I did presentation and production. And in presentation, I was pushed to be rep. I turned it down. I told them I was working and I won't be able to match up. And the only thing that allowed me dodge that role was because I didn't stay in the school hostel. So you can imagine, you somehow it falls. Are you the kind of person that you're singled out? Yeah. So that's my strength. I already know. It took me a while to accept that that's my strength. So these days, if I'm joining a team, I'm very intentional about the role I want to play. because I already know they will pick me for something. So if you pick me for something that I don't want, I know that I've been doing it for a while and I don't want to do it this time around. I already come with my own mindset that, okay, if there are opportunities here, this is the area I think I can contribute, or this area I think I can learn more. So I would want to do it hands-on. If you're that kind of person, that's a very good strength, and it will help you in achieving your dreams. So I just stressed on that to let you know that these are skills that come easily to you, that gifts that you already have, or you found yourself to have improved on so much, they are now strengths. It could be good, it could be time management, it could be you being proactive, it could be you following up on people, it could be you breaking the ice and a new team, you know. Then for weaknesses is not to make you feel bad. It's not to make you feel terrible. It's not to make you feel inadequate. It's for you to identify the areas that you need to improve further on, the areas that you need more work, the loopholes, the hindrances that could, you know, stop a particular opportunity from happening, areas you need to work on to improve on, right? So poor time management is something that is a very common one that you need to look into. What I've shared here are the common 5s of strengths and weaknesses for people. Lack of self-confidence is very common. I've suffered from that several times. Once in a while, I feel like that's when I don't have full understanding of what I'm getting myself into. I feel like, oh, I'm not good enough. But it shouldn't make you feel that way. That's only reminding me that, okay, there is a gap and I need to fill it. I need to learn something. I need to go train for something, or I need to ask more questions. Difficulty in making decisions can be weaknesses for a lot of persons. You already know what to do. You have maybe 1 or 2 options. Let me just do it. But the what ifs, what if I choose this, what will happen? What if I choose that, what will happen? The what ifs doesn't really help. So it could be a weakness for you, and you need to, it's something that should be worked on. So these are things that can hinder you from your dreams. Poor communication skills, I've already stressed on that. And procrastination. Yes, me, I'm guilty of this. So once in a while, especially when I have projects that I need to attend to and I don't enjoy maybe that particular task lined up, the responsibilities lined up for that particular timeline. Maybe I don't enjoy it. I might drag on, but I end up doing it because I've, over the years, been able to improve on this weakness that I have. So these are the common 5s that could hold you back as weaknesses from achieving your dream. And the strengths you could latch onto that can help you scale faster to achieving your dream. We can go to our next slide now. Yes. So we've talked about defining your dream. We've talked about strengths and weaknesses, what could hinder or what could help you scale faster. And planning for success. Yes, this one is a bit popular, the smart thinking. So when I say a bit popular, a lot of persons have heard about it. It sounds easy, but it can be very challenging. But trust me, if you master this, if you master SMART, you have clarity. Clarity doesn't mean that you've done the work, but it gives you a very clear idea how to go. And what will be left is the going, the taking the action, right? This picture I've put here is just to make you see that on the left side, my left, you see that the dots are quite arranged, giving you a semicircle. But on my right of the picture, on the other side, you see it's scattered, overlapping, and not well arranged. I'm using this to signify what I mean by the best route to success is thinking smart. And thinking smart simply means the S there is specific, the M is measurable, the A is achievable, the R is relevant, and the T is time bound. For specific, what it means is you have to have a plan for the particular dream. So you have to be specific. If for this year you have 5 big dreams you want to achieve, and for instance, 1 for career, 1 for relationship, 1 for your spiritual growth, one for financial. These are the basic ones, so I'm listening. And the fifth one for academics, education, right? So you have to be specific. For education, for instance, maybe you want to take a course in entrepreneurship. For instance, hypothetically, you want to take a course on entrepreneurship. Now you're being specific. The goal, that dream for academics is entrepreneurship. And the bigger goal there is so you can learn how to manage a business or to start a business and have the basic knowledge for handling the new business that you're planning to start. And you know, for the academic aspect of it is to take a course on entrepreneurship. So now you're very specific and measurable. Measurable means what is it that will show that I've done this, I've achieved this. So how do you measure? At the end of that particular entrepreneurship course, are you going to be having a certification? Are you going to preparing a business model canvas? That's the skeleton, that's the basic, the easiest thing you're supposed to get out for a proper entrepreneurship course. Are you going to be developing a proper business plan? Let's say that you already have an idea and you have clarity already and you want to put it into a proper business plan. So something measurable. Now for the entrepreneurship, you know you need to get a certification and you want to prepare a business plan. Now we can measure at the end of this goal. Then achievable. Is it achievable? Yes. Can this be done? Can this be done? Are there people who have done entrepreneurship before? Are there courses online I can take for free, for instance? Or what are the differences between free courses and paid courses? What do I stand to gain for the paid courses that I won't get for the free courses? Are there sponsorships out there? Are there programs that organizations are offering? Are there scholarships out there, you know? Now that's showing if it's achievable. Yes, if you've identified, yeah, this is the way to go. There are courses I can take. I know where to take them. And that's it. Relevance now, is it relevant? Entrepreneurship, is it relevant to my overall dream in life? At least for 2023, maybe you want to start the business January 2024. And taking this course this year is absolutely relevant, for instance, because by January 2024, you're kickstarting this business. The idea is going to be a full-blown business, and the knowledge, the certification, and the business plan are relevant to kickstart in January. So yes, then time bound. How long will it take to do this course? How long will it take to complete the course? How long will it take to get the certification? How long will it take for me to be able to write my own business plan? When am I going to do this? What time of the year is best? Am I in school? Am I a worker? If I'm in school, when are we going on holiday? How can we make this work? If I'm a worker, how do I share my time in a way that would help me do the course and achieve it before the end of the year? So you see the way I've used a practical example to explain how to apply the SMART thinking. So planning for success, this template is basically what you should use for any dream at all. It's a simple one. If you go online, you'll find more about it, but it's a simple one to give you a clear idea on how to plan yourself, preparing yourself for your dreams. If you work with the SMART thinking formula, it helps you have clarity on what to do. Whether it's career, business, everything that has to do with your dreams, it can give you clarity, at least the basic steps. How to keep going. Now you already have an idea what you want to do. You already know your strengths and weaknesses, and you have a plan in place to ensure that when the weaknesses are happening, you're closing the gap. When your strengths are there, you're using them to scale faster. And how do you keep going? Because I said it before, life is like a wave. It's not a smooth sailing. There are times the storms will come, and those are the trying times that will keep you tested, both in resilience, both in character, most especially in character. how do you keep going when these challenges come up? Because they will. It doesn't really matter if you have all the money in the world. There are so many battles we as humans, we fight, both mentally, psychologically, and physically. So even financially, if you're balanced, it could be a mental struggle for you. It could be a physical struggle for you, maybe location-based. What about relationship, spiritual growth? Anything could just happen. Life happens. But how do you keep going, right? Now that we know the dream and what we need to watch out for and how to have clarity on the dream, taking action is one of the ways to keep going. In fact, it's the very first one. You need to act. I'm just going to read what I wrote here. I have ensured that my slides are as simple as possible so you can grasp. So you need to act. You need to start small, manageable steps. Like you want to do your PhD, for instance. It sounds big. Well, trust me, when you for those of us who are interested in doing PhD, when you have enrolled and you started the course or you started the academic year, it becomes easier to manage. But if you're out, you're not in yet, it looks like a big milestone. So you need to break it down, the small manageable steps that you can take to build the momentum over time. So you should start small. If you've not acted on a dream before that is outside your school, your academics, right? Or outside the job you're doing, you should start small, because the pressure can be overwhelming and it could make you just lose momentum, lose interest, or lose motivation and quit. So you need to start small and build up. So it's like you start on the first step and you start jogging before you start running and you start flying. Yes. Then you need to celebrate your successes along the way. You need to celebrate your successes along the way. So for every small goal or milestone you achieve, you need to say, yay, I've done this. Congratulations to myself for achieving this. If the goal for next week is to check out LinkedIn courses on personal growth, it's just to check out, not to take any course. And you're able to check out and you found 5 good courses. And out of those 5, you find 2 that you can do for little or nothing when it comes to financial commitment. You have achieved that goal. Celebrate yourself, because on your to-dos, you've done it, right? For me, after this program, I'm going to tick my to-dos and say, yay, I was able to show up. I was able to interact with all the amazing persons here tonight. I was able to share the little I know, and I was able to learn from the questions that will be asked or that were asked. I'm speaking figuratively now. So you need to celebrate the little successes, because that's what's going to keep you motivated. And when these successes begin to bring in money, please, you need to, splurge some small money on yourself. I think Rosie was talking about getting our first designer bag, and she was so excited. She mentioned getting her first wig, and she was so excited. And you need something tangible to show that, yay, out of this effort, this is the reward for doing this work. And that will keep you motivated, because tomorrow, when you have made all the impact and all the money you've been dreaming to make, you'll be able to spend on yourself. You'll be able to go for that luxury vacation. You'll be able to buy that dream house, that dream vehicle, and you're able to buy that dream wristwatch, or whatever the goal is or the dream is, for a perfect gift for yourself and your loved ones too. So you need to learn how to celebrate successes, no matter how tiny. Then one thing that has been very helpful to me for the past 3 years is support cycle. I've always been the one to support and to be there for my friends and my family. And something really heartbreaking happened in 2020. I lost 2 close members of my family, and I didn't know how to be there for everyone. I didn't even know how to be there for myself. And work must go on. Everything else must go on. Commitments, goals for the year, the people that work with me, my team, everything had to push on. But how do I support myself when I know that there's nothing left in me? I was heartbroken, I was drained. And my support circle has been there for me. My friends, they were so amazing. they knew that I needed this help, and in their own way, they were able to support. When I've lost a job before, when I lost a job one time, I had friends who were there for me, not financially per se, but psychologically, that moral support, checking in, you know, sending me some tasks to do to keep me busy. You know, when you've always worked 9 to 5 and all of a sudden for 2-3 months, you don't know, you're just free to do nothing. And your to-dos or your personal achievements are not so overwhelming that by 2 p.m. that day, you're done for the day. And you have so much time and you don't know how to sleep for too long. And you read, you're tired reading and watching movies or watching programs or learning online, you know. So support circle helps. And this is what to encourage and keep you going when you're feeling down or you're having challenges, or when you just need that extra push, right? So you need to build a support system for yourself. And the people that can be in your support system are not necessarily only your friends. Some family members who understand the goals you're trying to achieve and can give you constructive support can be there. Some friends, some people are blessed with amazing colleagues at work, amazing friends in school, classmates, course-mates, your loved ones, mentors, coaches, you know, these are persons that can be in your support cycle that can help you achieve your goals, your dreams. Then you need to build resilience. Setbacks will happen. You plan to finish on your entrepreneurship course, for instance, by the end of August. And by July, for some interesting reasons, let's say your laptop stopped working and you didn't have the funds to get a working laptop to achieve, and everything has to pause until you're able to get a working laptop, for instance. And that's it, you have to pause. Setbacks, you feel like, oh my God, the world is crashing, and you know, what do I do? Or maybe, for instance, your exams are supposed to start in August and is brought back to June, and you already have a plan for June. But you have to keep going. So you need to build resilience. When the going gets tough, the tough gets going. You need to build a tough skin for whatever challenges that you might face or setbacks that you might face. It's not easy, but it is achievable. People have done it, people are doing it, and you too can do it. And lastly, on how to keep going, self-care. Sometimes we're overwhelmed with all our dreams and how to achieve our dreams, and we forget to take care of ourselves, the body, this flesh, this human flesh that we've been blessed with. You know, we work it so hard that we forget to prioritize care for the body, care for the mind. So you need to prioritize your physical health, your mental health, your emotional well-being. You need to eat well. It's not just to eat anything and be full. You need to eat well. It's something that you need to practice, build a routine, build a habit on. You need to get enough sleep. I mentioned earlier that there was one time I lost a job and I couldn't sleep properly. Not because I don't like to sleep, but I didn't know how to just sleep. I'm just used to the 5 hours and I'm done. Sometimes that 5 hours is 2 hours. But that was a very bad working habit. If I had not lost that job, I didn't even realize I wasn't sleeping well. So you need to get enough sleep, because that's where your brain rests and fresh ideas, clearer thinking happens. Then you need to find time to relax and recharge. Relax doesn't mean sleep alone. You need to just chill. Chilling means you need to just find a way to rest, unwind, do the different thing from your usual routine. Take a stroll, visit somewhere, try something new in terms of food, you know, visit a new side of town, take a trip, visit friends, have friends visit you, watch a new movie, read a new book, watch a program online, take a new course. You know, you need to find a way to unwind from your usual routine and recharge yourself. And we'll go to our next slide. Now, we're talking about building yourself for your dreams. And we've talked about defining your dreams. We've talked about strengths and weaknesses. We've talked about planning for success. And we just talked about, moving. And we just talked about the way forward, the steps to take, how to keep going. Yeah, Victor, thank you. I got a knock on my door. That's why I was distracted. Okay. And this quote, this is a perfect time for this quote. The only limit to our realization of tomorrow will be our doubts of today. What do I mean by doubts? Franklin Roosevelt, this is his quote, and I love it so much. What do I mean by doubts? Can I do this? Will I be able to do this? Am I worthy of this dream? Are you sure if I do this, I'll survive? What if something goes wrong? I'm guilty of doubts as well, but doubts are what keep you on your toes. The doubts are what make you realize that you're human and you need to keep pushing and you need to keep learning, right? So I'm putting this here because of the last slide that we have. The only limit is our doubts of today. Whatever is holding you back, it's for today alone. If you make up your mind to start taking action from tomorrow, trust me, changes will begin to happen. I'm going to speak Pidgin now. I'm from Warri, and our Pidgin is very deep. Warri, Delta State. So what I'm going to say now is, they say now from clap, they take the enter dance. You don't just start dancing. You first, vibe to the song and the background. You first of all vibe, then maybe a little clap here and there. And before you know, you start dancing, right? So I'm going to move to our next slide now. Victor, if you can hear us. Yay! We've made it to summary. Here we are. I hope I've been sharing. I hope you've been picking one or two nuggets from what I'm saying. I'm sharing my experiences as well as the steps myself have taken to get to where I am today, right? And the summary of everything I've been talking about is having a clear vision of what you want to accomplish, taking action, persisting through challenges, surrounding yourself with the supportive network that you need. You cannot do it alone. And taking care of yourself are the keys. Every other thing are embedded in these steps I just mentioned, right? Aside the fact that I'm heavily rooting for all of us here, myself included, I want you to know that attending such programs as this, it's a fact that it's a crucial month for women, International Women's Month, International Women's Day month, it's our month, March is our month. I need you to understand that sometimes when you attend programs such as this, it might seem as if, okay, you're just listening to people talk. Oh, that's nice. This person can talk well. Oh, nice presentation and all that, nice program. But the truth is, you're subconsciously learning. And if you've learned this before, you're reminding yourself why you learned this before and why you need to do something about what you've learned, what you have gained, the knowledge you have garnered, right? Victor mentioned I'm the founder of iGrow and I'm the founder of Silverline Gold Biz Consultancy. I founded Silverline in 2021, July, right? As at the time I started that business, I did not realize that this was my path, consulting. I was still working full-time there. And in as much as I knew that I was going to own businesses tomorrow, I didn't have a clear idea of how best to go about it. So having dreams doesn't mean that it has to start from when you're 15 or when you're 18 or when you're just finishing school. Any dream can start at any time or any phase of your life. But the important thing is whatever you're trying to achieve now should be building blocks towards what you're looking to achieve tomorrow. That's what I want to share with you today. I've had the opportunity to work with entrepreneurs, so many of them times without numbers since 2015. And despite the fact that I didn't have a business or I didn't know the kind of business I want to start first, I was very passionate. I was very invested in ensuring that they had all the needs that they needed at that point in time for them to grow or scale their businesses. And starting mine eventually gave me that satisfaction that I've had the opportunity to work closely with so many entrepreneurs, that doing this on my own now is not as tedious as ordinarily it should be. So I'm sharing this to motivate you. Your paths may not even be entrepreneurship, it may be something else. But I'm sharing this to let you know that the dream may just start now. The dream may have started already. The dream might change tomorrow, but the goal is to keep pushing and ensuring that you have the needed resources in terms of information to move forward. And on this note, I want you to know that I am rooting for you. Yes. And congratulations to all of us that have made it to this month, and wishing you the rest of the days in this month. And please do impact to gift all the ladies in your life something. Gift yourself as a lady something. Yes. And I am Sylvia Raleigh Ache, and thank you for giving me this time to share with you. Gracias. I'm open for questions now. Yeah. Mr. Vic, we can't hear you. You're muted.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's been an amazing session. It's been a journey. It's been a journey. It's been a journey taking the route towards success. Okay, and you let us know that it's thinking smart, and I think that's what we have been doing all through. So thank you for taking us on the journey towards smart thinking, especially as it relates to building oneself for one's dreams. Okay, as it relates to building oneself for one's dreams. Okay, now for everyone on the that has been participating up to this moment, remember what I said earlier. This conference, each of the sessions will be building on each session has been building on the previous session. Okay, the first session we had, which was a keynote session, was the foundation laying session, and then we built on it with the question to the subject of mindset. Okay, the subject of mindset, and now we take it a notch higher. Okay, considering how to build yourself for your dreams. And just like this, Sylvia pointed out, your dream can start at any time. It can start at any phase of your life. Okay, so you are not too old to dream, and you're not too young to dream. You're not too old to dream, and you're not too young to dream. You're not too old to dream, and you're not too young to dream. You're not too old to dream, and you're not too young to dream. All right. So now, just like Mrs. Rose pointed out, it's not just about dreaming. You have to take the necessary actions. Okay, so even as a young person and you dream, what actions are you taking at that stage? Okay, if an old person and you dream, what actions are you taking? There is this popular I think is it Kentucky Fried Chicken Sanders, Colonel Sanders, who that this popular story of Colonel Sanders out there in the public space, that he started what he's doing. He started his restaurant business when he was already a senior citizen. And then today, the restaurant he started as a senior citizen has grown to several countries of the world. So you are not too young to dream. You are not too old to dream. So that's the summary of the session we just had. All you just need to do is to build up yourself based on your strengths, in recognition or in acknowledgement of your weaknesses. Build up yourself, and then keep working. Okay, so we are here today, the Young Women Conference on the platform of the Double Edge Impact Network. Okay, it was a dream. It was first a dream, and then we had to take the necessary steps in order to make this a reality. I remember when I shared with Sylvia at the beginning of the year, and I told her I wasn't in the right frame of mind. I wasn't feeling the vibe to continue with the conference for this year. I wasn't in the right frame of mind to continue with this conference this year. That I wanted to put it off entirely, and she had to sit me down. She had to sit me down and take me through a mind resetting session, to bring me back to the point of action, and then together we were able to come up with a practical action steps to take, and that was how the dream came back alive. The dream of the Young Women Conference came back alive. So it's not enough to dream. You have to take the necessary actions. And while you are taking the necessary actions, make sure that you're building or you're working on yourself. All right. So thank you very much, Sylvia, for that session. Now, I would like to know if anyone has any question to ask. If you have any question to ask, please do indicate. If you have any question to ask, our speaker, please do indicate, and I will call you up. Just unmute yourself and ask your question. And if you are audio shy, you could let us receive your question in the chat box. And for those of us that are watching, that are connected on YouTube, you could leave your question in the chat box. I'll pick your question from here. For those of us who are connected on YouTube, leave your question in the chat box, and I'll pick your question from here. Okay. So while we wait for the question, I will be bringing on Miss Rose Ugo, for also share with us briefly what she does. Miss Rose Ugo. So for us, she will be sharing with us briefly what she does, her business. She has been speaking to us briefly for the next 2 minutes. She'll be sharing with us what she does. So please, Rose, let's hear from you, Rose.
Hello, everyone. Good evening again. Thank you, Sir Vic. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, guys.
Thank you again for the opportunity to share what I do. So my name is Rose Ugo, and I am a 22-year-old entrepreneur. The name of my business is Textile Spot. Textile Spot, that is TEXTILESPOT. We're a registered African textile production and sales company. Simply put, we produce African fabrics from the Ashoke to the Adire, and we're currently exploring the Kente fabric. And we also sell. So we sell already made fabrics like the Ankara, the lace, and other fabrics you might need as a Nigerian or African. Successfully, we have shipped over 500 pieces of fabrics abroad, celebrating that win for the business. We're currently 3 years old, and we've sold thousands of pieces nationwide. So I'm just here to tell you about how easy it is to shop your fabrics these days. Gone are the days when you need to go all the way to the market or struggle to find a place to source the exact fabric you're looking for. All you need to do is check out Textile Spot on Instagram, on Twitter, or you send us an email at textilespot@yahoo.com, and we will help you through your fabric purchasing journey. We are trying to make fabric purchasing for the everyday Nigerian very simple and very straightforward. We value our customer experience, and so we're patient to ensure that whatever you need, we attend to it. To make this all even more exciting, we started a Telegram group chat for people who want to start their own business by piggybacking off Textile Spot. So we provide fabrics from different distributors across Africa and Nigeria, and we bring them all into one group. And if you're interested in starting your own business, instead of struggling to find a distributor, a relevant distributor, all you need to do is join our Telegram group, which is also linked in our Instagram bio. And all you have to do is join that group, and you get access to discounted prices and new fabrics every time they go up. Thank you again for the opportunity to share. If you want to reach out to me, please check out textile_spot on Instagram. Send us a DM, and we'll be happy to talk to you. If you want to have a more personalized conversation, in the link in our Instagram bio, you can reach me on the Telegram group chat and on our WhatsApp. Thank you again for listening, and I hope I get to speak to one or all of you soon. Thank you, Sir Vic.
Okay. Rose, can you still hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so I'm guessing that you are done with your presentation about what you do, right?
Yes, thank you again for allowing me to share that.
All right. Okay, so everyone, so we are about to go into another session, and this particular session is we have with us a very good friend of mine, is Lucy Chioma Anyagolu. So we are going to be having a chat with her because she is someone that has been able to achieve a lot for herself within her young age. She's not yet up to 30, but then she's been able to achieve a lot for herself. Okay. Just recently, sometime this year, she won a grant for her business, grant of 10 million naira for her business. And I remember sharing the story. I remember sharing the post, and a lot of persons were like, "Wow, how did she do it? How did she do it? How did she do it? How did she do it?" So a lot of questions. A lot of persons kept asking me questions. How was she able to do it and all? So while just sometime last week, I was just thinking, okay, it would be nice to bring her on here at the Young Women Conference and have her share a bit of her story with some of us, or with us, a bit of her story with us, and then let it serve as a motivation to those of us who need that kind of motivation. Let it serve as a motivation to those of us who need that kind of motivation. Now, like I stated earlier, sometime in the course of this conference, I said for us in Africa, for young women most especially, there are a lot of challenges, there are a lot of limitations for young women in Africa. Okay, so that is why we are putting this platform in place, and so many other things we do through the Double Edge Impact Network is aimed as, helping young people, to be able to bridge the gaps, and be able to rise above the lines of limitation, the lines of societal limitations that have been set for them. Okay, so Lucy Chioma, I don't know if you are available right now, but okay, she is available. So please, we'll be bringing you on right now so that you share with us a bit of your story, because I believe personally, I know your story is one that inspires me a lot. Your story is one that inspired me a lot, and I believe that for the participants we have in this conference this year, your story is one that will inspire a whole lot of other persons. So, Chioma, please.
Hi everyone.
Yes. How are you doing?
I am doing great. Happy weekend, everyone.
Yeah, happy weekend to you too. Happy weekend to you too. Okay, so is it possible for us to see your face?
I'm quite on transit. That's the reason why you can't see my face. So I'm just going to make do with the fine picture of my profile.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So the picture is fine already, and and the voice is sweet and beautiful. Okay. All right. So, like I shared with you, why we wanted you to come on here is for us to get to hear from you. You know, there is an adage, there is an idiom that people, an idiomatic expression that people usually make. They say when they speak about things, they say, "Let's hear from the horse's mouth." Okay, so I think having you here is like having the horse here, and then we'll be able to hear from the horse's mouth. Okay, so now before we move on to what you do, okay, before we move on to what you do and the amazing stories of the things you've been able to achieve so far, we'd like you to kind of provide us with a basic understanding or more understanding of who you are. Who is Chioma Lucy Anyagolu? So please, could you tell us more about who she is?
Okay, my name is Lucy Chioma Anyagolu. The first child from Enugu State, as our local government to be precise. I'm a first generation student. I am under 25. Beautifully. I think that's the shortest form of introducing myself to anyone that we could talk about others as we just discuss on the call.
All right. So, first, when you say first generation, what was it that you said again about being first generation
student?
First generation student. So, when you say first generation students, some of our participants may not fully understand what you mean by first generation students. So, what do you mean by first generation students?
Okay, so first generation students are students who are like the first to go to school in their family. So it means before them, they didn't have anyone older than them in their family who had gone to school, graduated through university. So these are people identify as first generation students.
All right. Okay. So now, so thank you very much. So, what is it about your growing up that really shapes you into the person you are today? What is it about your growing up that shaped you into the person you are today? Was there any form of special education you received? Was there any form of special care you received? Was there any form of special training you received that has shaped you into the person you are today? Well, I would like to know.
Yeah, a couple of trainings. I would say that I come from a home where both my parents are very educated. They had this strong love for education. So I grew up in a home where education was highly respected. The idea of going to school was imbibed in us. I also grew up in a home where my dad made me believe that everything was possible, right? He made me believe that everything was possible. But at the same time, we are very, very careful to also ensure that I don't celebrate every milestone. So they made me seek for more. I grew up in a home where we are always asked to do more. So there was this more. My dad had this Oliver Twist vibe, always asking for more. So your second position, you can be first. You know, we had 95, you can have 98. So that's the kind of home I came out from, and that kind of shaped the decisions I made in my life. Those were like the guiding forces that pushed me towards the various directions I had gone through in my life, right? And my parents also did something very instrumental for us, which is also introducing us to Christ, right? They made us see the power of prayers. They made us believe that walk like there's no God and pray like you don't walk. So when you are walking, walk like, man, there's no God to help you. And when you want to pray like you cannot help yourself, right? And this particular one is what has pushed me the most in all of my journey through life.
Okay. So your parents played the major role. Your parents played the major role for you, laying the foundation through nurturing, showing you the path of discipline, the path of hard work, the path of dedication and perseverance. Okay. That goes to show the role, the importance of nurturing in the growth and development of anyone. You know, even when we speak about mindset, I always teach and I always tell people, when it comes to your mindset, a large chunk of what communicates into your mindset today has a lot to do with how you were raised by your parents, your parental upbringing, your nurturing. Okay, so and we've just heard from Chioma that the pattern or the parenting method that her parents used it has a lot to do with who she is today. Okay, so now I don't want to assume that oftentimes, especially on Twitter, we've seen persons come and say, our parents didn't try at all, they didn't do this work, they didn't do that, they didn't do that. Okay, so I'd like to ask, did your parents, have any? Did they, apart from the training they gave you, was there any form of financial endowment that they made available to you, to get you started,
This is an interesting question. So my dad practically fed me from my kindergarten till I graduated from school, right? Another interesting thing about our financial upbringing was we were made to work with what we have very early in life. And that act made us learn how to plan very, very well. So throughout from my first year to my final year, when I leave the house, I get my stipend for the year. I get my foodstuff for the year. So we are receiving second year. My dad and my mom they'll give you cash, and that they expect that you plan with what you have, right? So that helped me to plan my life, walk around. I have 70,000, so I after buying textbook, whatever is remaining is how it's the money I now have to survive. Till school is over, the next time you have to call them is to call them for transport back home, right? I think that was more like financial backing I got from my parents. At the moment I graduated, something very interesting my dad would do then is I would still call him and ask him for transport fare to come back to see him. This is someone who has graduated. I would still call him to tell him that he should lend me money, right? Lend me money for feeding, and he would do that. But by the time I started my business, my parents didn't do anything about it because I didn't let them know I wanted to start a business. I need to kick against it. They wanted me to school, they wanted me to offer schooling. So at the time I made up my mind to become a business owner, they were not in the loop. So my parents' capital, my business is 0.00. My academic, they paid all my school fees till the end of my bachelor's degree program.
All right. Okay, so it's good to know. It's good to know that. Okay, it's good to know that, and see how you turned out. See how it turned out. So imagine if your dad was the Tony Lumelus of this world. Okay, and okay, all right. So now we move now into agronomy and the other things you are currently involved in. Okay, but then before we move, look at the present. Could you tell us, give us a rundown of the journey up to this point? What has it been like up to this point? How did you start out? Okay, you mentioned about your business severally while you talked. Okay, and then during the introduction, I also mentioned that you recently won a grant. Okay, so how did you get started? Was it really something that you, okay, you also pointed out here that your parents never really wanted you to, go into business. Okay, so how did you get started? What motivated you? What were the reasons that made you take the decision? Okay, this is what I wanted to do. I believe I can do this. Okay, so could you take us through the journey? Would like to know.
Okay, this is a very interesting question. I didn't start off my life like wanting to own a business, right? I like the idea of being an employee. One of my biggest dreams was winning a Lotto Employee of the Year awards. I just felt like I would do well as an employee, and I really started planning my life ahead of it. I studied zoology in school, and one beautiful thing about zoology was nobody in the house wanted me to study zoology. Everybody in the house wanted me to study medicine, and I applied for zoology without letting them know. And I remember when I got admission, the extended family, they were very angry, and they used this sentence at me. They said, if by 1 year after you graduated from university, you don't have a job, we will not forgive you for studying zoology. So with that statement, I really buckled up. Like the moment I got to school in my first year, I joined a group of guys I met randomly at the night class, and we started building our engine. And our NGO was doing very well. In fact, the NGO still exists. And by my second year, I told myself, okay, I'm going to dabble into tech. I started learning all the whole Microsoft suite. I learned Corel Draw then. I also went ahead to learn Cisco networking. So at that point, I was trying to get the CCNA so I could become a Cisco network engineer. I was really doing everything I could see around, right? Because I felt like if I have to be exceptional in the workplace, I need all of the certifications I can get. I need all of the trainings I can get. And one thing that I did while I was in the University of Nigeria, because that's what I schooled, was I go to the university website every day to look out for conferences. As far as that conference was free, I was definitely going to show up at the conference. And I would sit and listen to them. You just listen to how people speak. The people that I like the way they spoke, I go back to like model it in my private time by myself in my room and all of that. And I didn't go home, which is another thing I did. So after my first year, the first year long vacation, I went home to see my parents. But by like my second year vacation, I didn't go home. I remained in school, the emptiness of the school. I was very serious about just taking courses. So my second year, I taken all of the courses on Yali website. That's the US Consulate Yali website. All of the free courses. I had taken everything there. I was just hungry for knowledge and certifications, and that was because I looked at the CVs of the people I really admired then. Okojo Iweala, Dora Akpili, Awoshika. And I could see that, these guys went to a lot of schools. I'm like, okay, if these guys had like 10 certification and they are where they are, how many certification can you get for yourself so that no company would reject you even with the zoology certificate? And by the time I was graduating from university, I had over 30 certifications. That was how crazy it was. Now, how did I find Agrodemi? In my third year, I did my internship with a research center, a biotechnology research center. And while I was there, I had to manage the farms there. So they had a snail farm and they had a mushroom farm. And in managing the snail and mushroom farm, I was keen to research, really go that, I was just going to do my master's and do my PhD and become a lecturer and all of that. But while doing my research, I started seeing a whole lot of things. First of all, I realized that there were a lot of opportunities in the agricultural space, and I started speaking with my friends, like, guys, okay, there's so much money in this agri space, so why have we not always talking about it, And I tried to start a fish farm then with my school boyfriend. And we started raising these fish in plastic. We don't bought plastic, water, got catfish fingerlings and filled them. We were very excited. So 3 months, these guys were not growing, and we just sold them up, so we not waste our money. but it made us to start looking out for knowledge. And that was where I identified the first problem. It was so hard to get an agri training. So you literally had to talk to someone, to talk to someone, to talk to someone to introduce you to a farmer who then now tell you when he's available on the farm for you to come. And when we met this farmer, he had said that I have to come when he had like a group. So we paid and had to wait for other people to pay. When it was time for this training, I went for this training, and at the training, you know, like every smart person, I picked out my phone, I was taking pictures and videos, taking audio recording. But when coming back, I had an accident, and that phone smashed beyond repair. The book, everything I'd written was in the gutter. Like I literally had to focus on getting my life back. And by the time I was not getting my life back, everything I had saved, that recorded from that was gone. It was all gone. I called this farmer. I was like, oh, so see what happened. That please, I would like to come for another training. He said, okay. Now what's going to happen is that he'll give me a discount for the next training I'm going to come for, but I would have to wait. And that was where it struck me. I was like, okay, if there's so much opportunity in the agricultural space, but for someone to get into an agri business, the person has to go through this whole long process, then there's a problem, there's an information gap in the agricultural space. And there was where I found the problem I wanted to solve. And I said I was going to build a company that was going to be an online agri business school, so that whoever that wants to start an agri business like me will not have to go through all of these hurdles, or even risk themselves to have accidents and like use their phones like I did. And the journey started from there. And this was in 2017. But at first, we were like, you know what, let's start with training people with mushroom and snail farming, which was something I had done extensively during my internship. And we named it Nelsie Farms. So if you go to like Google and browse Nelsie Farms, you're going to see like a lot of information about the competitions I and my classmates, you know, went for at that point. But the more we did Nelsie Farms, the more we realized that people needed much more than mushroom and snails. We had people calling us for different kind of things. And I was like, you know what? I'm just going to build an online agri business school. And that's how I dabbled into tech. You know, I started reading, what does it take to build an online agri business school? And why did I choose online? I knew that if I had to build a physical school, I need land, I need everything. So I was like, okay, it has to be online because anybody from anywhere can access it, and also because it will be cheaper for me to start. I can start from somewhere, you know, and that was how I started out with them in 2017. So we just kept answering Nelsie Farms up until 2018, where we started applying to incubation. Then the University of Nigeria had like an incubation hub, and I applied to be an incubatee. I had qualified to the finals, and we get to the finals, I was called and I was told that Nelsie Farms will not fly for an online agri business school. And I had 24 hours to decide a new name for my business. I came back to my room and I told my roommates that, hey, so this is my business, I've qualified, I need help, so I have to change my name. And we all started thinking. To one of my roommates said, we are trying to build what? I'm trying to build a school. The school is like an academy. So yes, we cannot call it Agrovarsity. No, it's too long. And she was like, academy. Why not call it Agrodemy? Like an academy. And that was it. That was exactly how Agrodemy got the name Agrodemy, right? And that was how the journey started. Me with no knowledge, and I went to pitch that day, and I got into that incubation hub in November 2018. And the journey to start building an online agri business school started. All through to 2019, I just kept working on this. I paused for a while to go and work with UNICEF. I worked for UNICEF for 3 months, and I resigned because I was the feed data collection officer. I really didn't like what I was doing there. I worked for my university for a while. My university had this vacation job system. So I worked with the admin of the postgraduate school for 3 months, and after which I worked with the VC. Yeah. Then I worked with the VC. I worked with the VC in the finance department for another 3 months. And then I was awarded best vacation job student. So all those knowledge, you see, I was really building myself for employment. Really, this business thing, I was like, okay, let me just solve a problem, my own problem. You know, this is my own problem now. It's turning out to look like it's going to be a business, and yeah, that's how we've been building, failing and building, starting and restarting, starting and restarting. But all of the time, I've been starting and restarting because I knew, because I knew I needed a lot of experiences. I was always in it. Yeah, so this so from 2019 to now, every year I pick up new projects. I challenge myself to do something else. And the reason was simple. I'm very young. I know that there's so much I need to know to run a company. So for every time I am answering CEO in my company, I ensure that I was an employee for someone else. That way it helps me to know what are those things that happen within a Nigerian working system that is good that I can copy into my own business, and what are the things that are not working that I can ensure that I don't do. You see, that was really my analogy, and it made me to like keep working. It made me to keep working. And the building algorithm, we failed many times. Like we kept failing, we won a couple of grants, implemented it. I had poor money management skill. I borrowed the first grant that I won to all my friends, and they ran away with all of the money. And I learned my lesson from that. And I, just learning and unlearning all through the journey. But yeah, here we are now, still running afresh with the company. I think that's pretty much the story of AgroDemi.
All right. So that's really an interesting one. That's really an interesting one. It's interesting because you are just 25. Okay, you are just 25, and you've had this so much experience. Is so much experience with life, with business. Okay, and in an age or in a time or in a climb where most persons in their 20s are told, take it easy, you today over dream, you today over this, you today over that. Okay, they are told to calm down, they are told to take it easy, they are told to step it down, they are told to go back to sleep. Okay, so and one thing I've come to realize, or the things I picked out from the story you shared, is that it has more to do with your personal resolve. It has more to do with your personal resolve. The first speaker we had, she stressed so much on personal resolution, taking resolution, to dream and having the courage to pursue the dreams that you have. You had a dream to make your life better for yourself, to solve your own personal challenges, to solve your own personal problems. And in the course of that, you were able to realize, okay, that the problems you had were not entirely unique to you, that they were problems that many other persons are facing. Okay, that there were problems that many other persons are facing. And that's really how innovators, okay, that's really how innovators think. That's how innovators, most of the world's innovations are innovations that arose out of the realization of the problem. Okay, so why many sit back and whine about the problems they have, you were able to take yourself through the process of identifying the problem and thinking out possible solutions, and then seeking knowledge in order to fix the problems, and then seeing how you could scale the knowledge, scale the solutions you've come up with in order to solve the problems of other people. And that's really amazing. That's really amazing. So the next question I would like to ask you, okay, the next question I would like to ask you is this. Would you say that you've been lucky? That's one. Would you say that you've been lucky? Okay, having to, been able, you said you won the first grant, the first ever grant you won for Agrodemy. You squandered everything, but then you still went on to win, I think 3 or 5 more grants. Okay, I don't think I can say that correctly. With the recent one that you won, which is in the tunes of 10 million naira. Okay, so would you say you've been lucky? Okay, would you say that all of these success that you've been able to achieve for yourself, that is been a function of luck, that you've just been lucky? So I'd like to hear from you, Lucy.
So I wouldn't say I have been lucky. Rather, I would say God has just chosen to be kind to me. I think that's the word. God has just chosen to be kind to me because I have lost more than I have won. In a year, I make over 100 of applications for grants, for different things, for mentorship. And I think God just picks the right one he feels is the best for me, and then allow them to walk through for me with ease. And that is why when I started the conversation, I said, one thing I'm very grateful to my parents for is reminding me to always seek God in everything I do, or seek him in all that I do, and trust his process more than I even trust mine, right? I won't say lucky, man. I won't just say I'm lucky. I would rather say God has chosen me. I'll just say God has chosen me, and yeah, that just makes all of the difference.
Okay, so has there been a point that you felt like giving up on this whole journey, on this whole process? Has there been a point you felt like giving up?
Every day I feel like giving up. Yes, this is a very interesting question. Every day you feel like giving up, and every day you also feel like not giving up. So this is what usually happens to me. I don't know if it happens to every other entrepreneur. So one of my biggest slogans now when I'm speaking with my friends is, my next word, I'm going to be happy employee. I'm not even going to fall for that trap of trying to solve a problem that's going to make me start a business. Because starting a business puts you with a lot of responsibility, because it's no longer about you again. It's not about the people who would use the product. It's not about the people who should get employment out of this company. It's not about the successes that can come for the users of this product. So like it's not bigger than you, right? So you cannot just wake up and say you want to stop doing it, because there's one guy that has seen your pitch somewhere and he strongly believes that you are the solution to all of his problems. So why do you now want to wake up and tell him that you no longer want to be a business owner? And there are days you now want to also. There are days that I feel like I am overwhelmed by the whole process, and maybe because I have to do more than what I am supposed to do. Like I said, I work and I do the business alongside. So there are days when I come back and I should be resting. I work Monday to Friday in a full-time job, and at the same time, I have to show up for my business full-time. So when my mates are trying to rest over the weekend, I'm using the weekend to catch up with new courses, because I'm trying to solve a problem in the business. You realize that, you need to learn this thing. You have to go and look for the course and pay for the course and dedicate to the course and see if the course is solving your problem. It's not solving, you have to go back. Why would I not give up? So you can imagine like the chain of emotion that comes with it. And they don't be like, who even sent me this thing? You know what? I'm not in this company. Every year, I think I get to a point where I will say, I'm no longer doing Agrodemy. I get to a point where I say I'm no longer doing Agrodemy. Last year, by the time I was out of my postgraduate school, I said, you know what? I'm just going to allow this company have a slow death, so that nobody will just even know that I've ended the company, so that I'll move on with my life. It's easier said than done. No, it's easier said. The way I gave up like that, it's still me that carry myself and come back. So like that giving up part it comes, especially when challenges come. Like the first thing our brain wants to tell us is chicken out, and that's where like the giving up thing comes in. But as you give up every day, you find reason to also not give up. For like maybe 2 hours later or 3 hours later, or somebody's gonna call you and give you one beautiful testimony about how your product solved the problem. Like, okay, God, we are back to this thing again. We're back. But I give up all the time. I really feel like giving up all the time. But I have not given up to the extent that again delete the pages and delete the website. It has not been that kind of strong giving up.
Okay. All right. So this next question I want to ask you is a very important question, and I would like to know, so far, have there been any, have you experienced any form of discrimination as a result of you being a female? Have you lost out on any opportunity as a result of you being a female? Has there been anything that was due you and it was denied you because you were a female, or have you, and then on the other hand, have there been supports, that you received as a result of you being a female? So I would like to understand, okay, if there have been times when you experienced or you lost out on opportunities or you were denied certain opportunities as a result of your gender, okay, and or you face certain challenges with people or in a workplace, so how did you address that? Then on the other hand, share with us the times where you feel that you earned certain things as a result of you being a female. Okay, so let's look at these two scenarios.
At this point, I almost want to say, let me turn on my video so that I can explain this thing very, very well. Yes, so I have lost a lot of opportunities for being a female. This I wouldn't even mean words to say it, especially at the very early stage of trying to start this business and at the same time trying to work. I've gone into offices where I finished pitching and I was told I will be told that they will call me later. And then one of the organizer calls me, start telling me, oh, there's so much I can do for you, all this kind of conversation. And you just know that this is not going your way, right? I've also had scenarios where I go and they tell me that I am too young. I'm too young and I am a lady. I had a particular experience when I was 7. I went for this pitch in Abuja. And when I went there, I think I was like the only lady that came in for the pitch. And they looked at me and they said, no, that they don't want ladies in this particular pitch. And I had to go back home. I cried. That was okay. I also had a situation where being a lady also was a challenge. This was also like going for a particular page, and after I had applied, I went for the interview. I realized that the person who is to like make the decision for who would get nominated for that opportunity reached out to me and asked me to come and see him privately, and that was when I knew that this opportunity was not for me. But on the flip side, I have also gotten a lot of opportunities because I am a lady. I beg to also say that this is a ladies' world, right? I think what happened at the very beginning was those experiences needed to come so that I would appreciate the good ones coming. Because right now, I would say I have met a lot of people as mentors by virtue of being a lady. I have also gotten into rooms because they said, oh, they've been giving men all this thing all the while. They are looking for a woman, and then they want 5 women, and we are just 2 there, right? And because we are just 2, they give us listening ears. I've also had situations where you see an application and they clearly tell you women are strongly encouraged to apply. And they mean it too, because when you go there, you now see that, and this is not to say that women are not smart, but you now see that the men there, the criteria they is selecting them is like off the roof. And then the criteria is selecting the lady, because like you can see these people, you can see yourself, and you're like, okay, right criteria, right? Those are, see, there are some, these are the street parts of just being a lady sometimes in like the whole entrepreneurship ecosystem. Check it out. There are a lot, okay, now this is Women's Month. Do you know how many grants are happening and they say women? Do you know it's that bad that even in the venture capital space, they now say if you're a female, you're a female co-founder, or there's a company and there's a female co-founder, the guy and the woman, or the company is 50% owned by a woman, your access to funding is like a whole lot better. You now see people like looking for how to just, let them bring this lady and make her co-founder. And once they are sitting there as co-founder, most times you even see that these ladies are not like well informed. It's not like they're very informed about this sector. But just because they are there, that company will begin to get opportunities, and that lady will be treated like a queen in that company. So yes, there's the bad part of it, but there's the good part. And how have I been balancing it? I just focus on the good part, right? And I see every of the bad parts that happen as lesson. I see them first as lesson. So I see them as test of it. And 3, I see them as a reminder to ask myself who I really want to be, right? Because I feel like when all of this, the bad part of it shows up, is an opportunity for me to ask myself, what kind of trauma do I want to paint now? And this thing that is being offered to me now, does it reflect the trauma I want to be in the future, right? So the good and the bad, but really the good are much more.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for sharing that, frankly. Most times I just feel like the whole drive to to have more women is now becoming is disadvantageous to men. Is now becoming disadvantageous to men. I remember so many opportunities I applied for, and then they tell me they need 70% female, and I'm like, so the rest of us, what do we do? And when you look at it, you find out that even there was one that there were more male applying for the role than the number of female than the number of female available for the role they reserve for the female, for the opportunity they reserve for the female. You understand? And they still did not, get the male to fit in for the vacant spaces. And really is challenging. It's challenging. But hopefully we'll continue to find a way around it and continue to move on. Okay, it's not of us to complain. We'll just continue to move on. All right. So to wrap up this chat with you, there are a number of young ladies who are listening to you from several countries of Africa, and who are keen on understanding. A lot of persons may have questions. Okay, a lot of persons may have questions on. I have dreams. I want to build this business. I want to build this. I want to build that. But I'm not really sure that I will survive in this space. Okay, I'm not really sure of the first step I need to take. I'm not really sure of this. I'm not really sure of that. A lot of doubts, a lot of fears. Okay, so I would like to you as a form of a conclusion to this conversation. Okay, now just speak to the young ladies who are listening to you right now. Okay, what would you advise them to in order to get started and continue in pursuit of their dreams? Hello, Choma, are you still there? Can you still hear me? Your screen is frozen.
Okay, so this is me now.
All right, so please, did you get my question? Did you get the question I asked? Oh, I think I've lost her. Okay, so while we wait for her to rejoin and then summarize her thoughts on the conversation we'll be having so far, I have joined in this session one of my most revered mentors, Mr. Ifeji, Barrister Ifeji. Is currently on the call. Barrister Ifeji is a director at Founder Institute, which is the world's largest pre-seed accelerator. Okay, the world's largest pre-seed accelerator. So he joined the conference. He joined us in the course of the conference, and I just saw him in the join, and I felt that it would be nice to bring him up to share one or two things, as a way to summarize the conversation that we have been having, on Dare to Dream. So, sir, it's a privilege and an honor to have you here tonight, and we'd like to hear from you. Just one or two things you would like to share with us as a way to summarize all the conversations we have been having here tonight, sir.
Hi, good evening, Victor, and good evening, everyone. Thank you, Victor. I was actually hoping that I could just sneak in and listen to the conversations, learn quietly and sneak out. Maybe I should have edited my handle before I came in. But anyway, thank you for the opportunity. It's been fun listening to all of the great women who have lent their voices to the conversation this evening, and I have learned quite a ton. Even though I wasn't able to join from the beginning, but I made it a point of duty to drop by, and I was hoping I would just drop by for some minutes and leave. But the quality of the conversation was quite riveting that I found it difficult to leave. So here we are. So thank you for putting this together, and I must commend your resilience and doggedness. Your consistency is amazing, and I'm glad that you're able to do this. And most importantly, I'm also happy that you have that, you and the team at Double Edged Impact Network, you have that presence of mind to put this together for women, because I personally am one person who is quite interested in women empowerment. I was having a conversation earlier this week with one of my girls who leads programs at the UK Nigeria Tech Hub, and they were putting together an event for the International Women's History Month. The event just happened yesterday, and I did tell her that I am really excited because the role of women in driving change and shaping sustainable outcomes across several facets of life, from entrepreneurship to politics to family life to education, wherever, cannot be overemphasized. So I am glad to see that there's a groundswell of efforts that are aimed at mainstreaming the participation of women in these critical sectors of our existence, and I'm glad that this is happening also tonight. And I don't know that there is anything I can add to the conversation that has not been very well covered by the people who already spoke this evening. But so I'll just borrow my thoughts from Sylvia's conversation, which I found quite very, compelling, and it gave, it's a kind of, it moves you from conceptualizing what it is you want to do to your life to actually getting to do it, right? Because the truth is that the disconnect for most people is in getting to take the action, right? It's easy to, like they say, talk is cheap, and then it's free to dream. But trust me, to achieve is not free. You've got to pay. You've got to pay with, you've got to invest blood, you've got to invest sweat. But I mean, the returns far outweigh whatever it is that you've put into the process of making your dreams come true. I mean, you listen to it was interesting listening to your conversation with Chioma. You can see how much she has put into, imagine the grit that it takes to process hundreds of applications annually, and the strength of will that it takes to sort through no after no after no until you get to that yes that makes all of the difference, right? So it's not going to be a walk in the park for anyone. You have that dream, you analyze, what are your strengths, what are your weaknesses, how are you able to leverage your strengths to mitigate your weaknesses, and then helps you to, move to the point where you're setting up a plan and then you're taking action. And the truth is that the moment you start moving in the direction of purpose, the universe has a way of aligning to make sure that you get to your destination, regardless of all the, all of the curveballs that life may throw at you. So I just want to encourage everyone that you move beyond just listening to making sure that the investment of the people who have spoken to you tonight and the people who put together this event, that the investment of time, resources, and energy in making this work will count. Like just one person, two people, three people from this meeting being able to take action on their lives, dreams, and their purposes. And that sometime in the future you can look back and say that because you attended this conference that was put together by the Double Edged Impact Network, that you were able to move in the direction of your purpose. And with that, I want to say thank you, Victor, for putting this together again. And thank you to all of the people who have spoken tonight, Sylvia, Chioma, Priscilla. I missed Priscilla's session, and I think there was a Rose too. I think I missed that too. But thank you to all of them for the time and the effort that they've put into sharing these thoughts with everyone. And thank you to the people who also came and who listened. And I hope that the time that you spent here will count. Okay, I did it. Thank you, Victor.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Barrister Ifedi, doing what Barrister Ifedi does. Thank you very much, sir. It's a privilege. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Barrister Ifedi has been a great help, a great blessing. I remember a training I organized sometime in 2021, and it was at the point when I concluded the training, I was thinking how it went, and I was asking myself, how did I get the idea to execute that training? And it was that period I started going through my journals, and then I saw a conversation I had with you. I saw a conversation I had with Barrister Ifedi way back in 2019. I saw a conversation I had with him where he gave me the blueprint with which I executed the conference in 2020, a training in 2021, without, I didn't remember that I had such a blueprint, but then it was planted in my subconscious. And then when I was about to execute the training, that blueprint came up alive, and I was like, wow. So that is the importance of being in certain circles, and I must say, I'm privileged. I'm privileged. Thank you very much, sir, for the investment you make in the lives of others. Thank you very much for the investment you make in businesses. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I really appreciate you. Okay, so everyone, it's been an amazing conversation from right from 5:30 p.m. This is 10:15 p.m. So it's almost 5 hours, 5 hours of quality conversations. 5 hours of quality conversation. Okay, I can see that Chioma is back. Okay, so Chioma, just before we wrap up the conference, so please, the thought you had, we are going to share with us before you are disconnected from the call. The thought you were going to share with us. So quickly, could you just summarize your thoughts, okay, on the chat we were having?
Okay, so this is what I wanted to say before, like, I got off the call. Ladies, you have the power and capability to do anything and everything you want to do. The problem lies there when you begin to think you would figure it out first before starting out. If you have to figure it out before starting out, then you are late. The joy of the journey is in figuring it out on the journey. Allow the process teach you. Do not jump the process. And also decide now who you want to be and the values you want to keep. And these values will lead you through as to all of the journey you are going to take, both as a business owner, as an employee, as an academician, as a researcher, as a wife, as a mother. So anything you want to become, pick the values, then go on the journey, and don't wait for all of the answers before you start. Thank you very much.
So that is more like putting the icing on the cake. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chioma, for that summary, for that piece that you gave. And I want to believe that all of our participants have benefited so far from the